All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to call to order this special meeting of the Town Council. Today is January 18th, 2023. I got the year right. And Lee, could you please call the roll for me?
Yes. Councilmember Fredericks.
Here.
Councilmember Thier.
Here.
Councilmember Wellner.
Here.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Here.
And Mayor Ryan.
Thanks, I'm here.
Okay.
So our agenda for the special meeting is to interview candidates for the Diversity Task Force. We have 4 candidates scheduled for interview. Lee, do we have anybody in the waiting room ready to jump in?
Yes, your first candidate is here and she is coming in right now.
Thanks.
Hello.
Hey, Machine, can you hear us?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me? I'm using my camera mic today, not my headphones.
Yeah, it's all good. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it. It's good to see you
Thank
again.
you. Good to see you too.
So obviously, you are a candidate, and I appreciate you submitting your application to us for representation on the Diversity Task Force. And I appreciate how thorough your application was, but I still am wondering if you could just sort of give us a run through that's maybe a little more personalized about what has led you up to this point and how you hope to be involved.
Sure, yes. So I've been a resident homeowner in Tiburon since 2013, and I grow to love this community more and more each year. I was overseas when I heard about the incident that happened at the Yima shop. And so I was kind of following that when I was overseas during COVID. And then I was pleasantly surprised to hear about how quickly the town took action and created this diversity inclusion task force to just really think about Tiburon as an all-encompassing, diverse town. It might have the reputation of not being diverse, but we actually have a pretty interesting community here from many different cultures. And the fact that it already hit the ground creating events, the Juneteenth. I was actually not in town when the first and second Juneteenth event happened, but I was here for the Diwali, and I think this task force has a really positive impact on the community, drawing locals to understand culture and issues, and also people from outside of Tiburon. And then in my personal life, my role at UCSF is in communications, and diversity, equity, inclusion is a very important pillar of UCSF. It considers itself, it's the second largest employer in San Francisco, and every group and department is trying to incorporate DEI into training officially with every staff and faculty member. And in a more complex side, in communications, we're actually trying to have faculty and clinicians think about racism, anti-racism, and even data collection, like something people didn't even think about before. Like clinical trials have always been conducted largely from people who want to participate, and it's usually from a dominant audience of Caucasian male. And we realize we have these data sets making decisions in our health that are not from a complete picture of who exists in our country. And so it's an exciting place to work, because I feel like the Bay Area, UCSF, we're kind of like a leader in the world and the nation in thinking about how to redo everything that we've done. So one of my hats is to help put on a algorithmic justice event, and I put that in my application. And it sounds complex, but it's being pushed to the fall because we really want to have Alondra Nelson, who is from the Office of Science, Technology, and Policy from the White House, be our keynote speaker, and her schedule is very tight. But bring in clinicians, community leaders, people from all facets who are involved in health making decisions, public health, social science, and thinking about how to redo data collection, which informs algorithms, which can tell a doctor how to prescribe medication. I mean, to put it in a simple term. So that's kind of my hat and how I touch this world in my personal work and professional life. But I think I could learn a lot from this task force, because I think from when I was listening on the last meeting, you guys are thinking about your general plan and incorporating diversity into general plan. And I'm fascinated with how that worked with the town of Tiburon, because as far as I've heard, other cities in Marin have not done that yet. And I would love to contribute in any way I could from my professional experience to that.
Yeah, thanks. That's really interesting. Do any of my fellow council members have any questions for Eugene? Councilmember Thier, could you?
Thank you so much for your application. And my question is, could you talk a little bit about your past work with the task force and anything that you would like to do in the future?
Yes, so I was very thankful to be part of the task force meeting in November. I was very inspired by the Diwali event, which kind of made me, and there were fellow kind of mixed half Persians like myself and Persian people at the Diwali were like, oh, there's so much going on in Iran. There's actually a big Persian community in Tiburon. Wouldn't it be neat to do some form of a cultural positive event or festival in Tiburon? Celebrating Persian New Year's, which is a very, very big holiday on the first day of spring. And also because there's a lot going on in the country itself right now, it kind of understand more of the cultural background, because we do see a lot of the political events going on in the rallies. But obviously, I think this event needs to acknowledge what's going on, but it would definitely be more of a cultural event to understand Persian New Year's, spring, and the history. It's actually a Zoroastrian holiday originally. It's dating back before Iran or Persia was Islamic Empire. And so just an educational event, very positive to bring in community outside of Marin. Even within Marin, Tiburon has a large Persian population. And then a moment to kind of acknowledge what's going on in the country. But it would be, the clear thing is, it would not be a political protester rally. It would have a moment to be sensitive to what's going on, but also bring in all the positive cultural knowledge and exposure to the community.
Thanks. That's very well said. Councilmember Fredericks, please.
So in addition to bringing this event we all look forward to us, talk a little bit about your very impressive professional work, because it seems from reading your resume, you're not just a messaging person or a communications person, you are actively involved in policy development. Is this an overstatement of what you do at UCSF?
Well, I work very closely with the Vice Chancellor of Science Policy and Technology, and his name is Keith Yamamoto. He's been at UCSF for 48 years. He's a molecular biologist, and he just has connections with a lot of champions of UCSF. Nancy Pelosi is a huge champion of UCSF. Senator Dianne Feinstein, basically all the Congress people in the Bay Area have worked closely with UCSF in health policy. He is definitely the connector, and what I do is try to amplify his work of what he's doing. So I don't actually write policy papers or anything like that, but I would help connect with news stories, public relations, and actually bringing back what he does in the White House to the UCSF audience. So when he's advocating for Medicaid extensions or just going in, he actually testifies in front of Congress to make sure we get funding for NSF, NIH, because UCSF benefits from that funding. And then afterwards, I will disseminate that information to the science policy audience at UCSF and the larger community. So I do not actually write any of the policy, so I'm not going to take credit for that.
And I appreciate your honesty, but
Yeah.
still I'm impressed by your professional. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Vice Mayor Griffin.
And thank you for your honesty, because politics is the art of taking credit. We appreciate you.
That's true.
I was really fascinated with the algorithmic justice and wondering how those skills could be brought to bear in Tiburon and for Tiburon.
I actually am really excited because this event has not happened yet. There is no precedent for it. There are no universities that have put on such an event. So we want to be really sensitive. We pushed the date back because we didn't want to just jump in and host a white coat, faculty-led, intellectual ivory tower event. We really want to make sure the community is involved. Community leaders need to be present. Policymakers, clinicians, students, we have to make sure that everybody's at the table to shape this event. And it involves the patient population that has been discriminated against or not basically not had their health data collected appropriately or feel like their voices haven't been heard in the medical community. So I think I'm going to learn a lot from this as well. At this point, we're just trying to make sure we have the right people in the room, the diverse audience, and that we have the keynote speaker from the White House. And basically, I think it's going to be a discussion and breakout sessions all day of how we're collecting data and how we're redoing the whole entire computational health science system. And I think I'm very fortunate to be with people who have thought carefully about it and acknowledge that it hasn't been done correctly for the past 30 or 40 years.
So you're bringing those skills to Tiburon to incorporate in what way? Yeah.
And I think that this could be incorporated to Tiburon because as we come up, if we have challenges in the city where we feel like maybe something in the way the city governance works or an event or something you're hearing about people feeling like they are not being heard within your community, I think just how you convene people and make sure all the voices are heard in the room and that everybody has an opportunity to come up with the biggest challenges that this town is facing. And I don't know if this is going to come from some of the surveys. It looks like you guys have been conducting surveys and then uplifting it into if it's a public forum or if it needs to be with special breakout groups or working groups. I just think that a model of how you do such an event can also be applied to this city as well.
Okay, I just hope that algorithmic justice can become such a byword. We'll just call it AJ.
AJ.
Anybody else have any questions? Okay, so thank you. But before you go, I just want to let you know that later in the meeting, in the regular meeting, we will have the opportunity to potentially select one of the candidates to be selected for the task force. And I do have to warn you that, in addition to your amazing qualifications, we have 3 more candidates who are also incredible just for their volunteerism and their qualifications and desire. So, and as you know, having participated at these meetings, irrespective of who gets appointed, everyone is welcome to participate in these DITF meetings. So,
Oh, that's great to know.
thanks so much for your interest and feel free to stick around if you want to for the later part of the meeting.
Thank you so much for your time. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have the next candidate, Lee?
I am not seeing your next candidate, Christine present. I can try to check in with her real quick. Oh, I see she's just joined.
Great.
I'll bring her in momentarily.
Hello,
Christine, how are you?
good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Can you hear us all right?
Yes,
So welcome and thank you for participating and expressing interest in being a part of the task force. You are one of 4 interviews we have for one open spot on the task force. And I appreciate very much your detailed application. But to start off, I just wonder if you could give us a sort of a rundown of how you led up to this point and what inspired you to apply to be a member of the committee.
sure. My name is Christine, and I moved to Tiburon about 2 years ago from San Francisco. And, I was just interested in this because I guess coming from San Francisco, especially, and going to different schools for my children, we've just been exposed to, a pretty diverse community out there. And I was interested in the DEI task force because I felt like while I really do like living in Tiburon, I felt like there are areas in which, I really could have an impact on just based on my experiences there, especially around inclusion with communities and schools and activities. I think that we're all inclusive. My family is multi-racial, so my kids are actually of mixed race. They're partially South Asian and also Caucasian. My grandmother's actually partially Indian and British. And then my grandparents, both grandparents on both sides, they're all immigrants to the U.S. And so I just thought there's so much diversity already, obviously in Tiburon and many parts of the US. And that's just something that has always been a part of my interest and just contributing to the community.
Thanks. And just out of curiosity, and this might, if it sounds like a loaded question, you don't have to answer it, but in the time that you've been here, do you see any opportunities to do anything with the schools with our USD?
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, I am on the DEI committee for the Reed School District. They just started this year. And that was actually another opportunity I saw, which was really maybe developing more of a stronger bond with the school district. I think there's a lot of interest from parents, the teachers, and the staff and students. Actually, some of the students are still learning, about terms, and it's interesting for them just to see, what's going on these days. And I feel like there's a lot of room for opportunity there. For example, the school district actually wants to put together, or they're actually doing a lot of different initiatives. They're doing staffing, training, and the curriculum and strategic planning around DEI initiatives, and they're working really hard. And so there's a lot of room there, but one thing that I thought could really fit well with the Tiburon task force is looking at an all-inclusive community event. There are already events with the task force in Tiburon, which was great. I attended the Diwali one. My children wore saris and different outfits, so that was really fun. But the school itself hasn't done a lot of that yet. So I was in our former school in San Francisco. I actually was on the board and also the head of their PTA, and actually created their first all-inclusive event there, which included not just race or gender, but also your individuality of who you are and your different backgrounds, to celebrate people from on the gender spectrum to people who had different religions, or people. It's just all-inclusive, because I think by making that, it's actually more welcoming. So if you're from San Francisco, you could bring sourdough bread, like it didn't really matter who you were. So that's the kind of thing I'd love to see in whether it's in the school district, or in the city. It doesn't really matter to me, but that kind of all-inclusive environment, I think, would be really interesting.
Understood. Thanks. Do any of my fellow council members have questions for Christine? Okay, Councilmember Thier, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for applying. If you could let us know any past work you've done with the task force, and what you'd like to do in the future.
You mean with the Tiburon task force? I haven't done anything with the Tiburon task force at all. Just to be pretty clear about that. But I've been on the strategic planning committee and also the DEI committee for the Reed district. And then prior to moving to Tiburon, I was on the board of trustees of a school called Live Oak School, which is known for its all-inclusivity, and it's actually on the forefront of these sort of issues. And so so I was very involved there, but I haven't been involved at all with the task force, except for attending the Diwali event. That's about it. That counts. I don't think that counts.
That counts. And then what would you like to do on the task force? Do you have some ideas of what you want to do?
Yeah, I think there's the specific area of interest for me is bringing the school closer into what the city might be interested in, because there's a lot of momentum and community in the school district that I think could harness well with whatever the city is doing. That I think would be interesting for me, because there's a lot of momentum there, but it hasn't really formed into anything yet. For example, there is interest in doing like a community event with the Reed School District. But it just takes some planning and understanding of what the interest could be, and what just planning it out and making sure it's positioned correctly.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else have any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. So as I mentioned to the other candidates, so they're later in this meeting, we have an opportunity to perhaps select one of the candidates to become a member of the DI task force. But as I'm telling everybody, because we have 4 incredibly well qualified and interested candidates, even if you aren't a voting member, you can always participate at all of the DITF meetings. And we would appreciate it if you would do that if you're not selected, irrespective of whether you're selected or not. So thank you.
Okay, no problem. Sounds good.
Thanks again.
Okay, thank you.
So do we have Stephen Golden next?
Stephen is here. One moment.
All right, I think I did this correctly.
Yeah, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Right.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes,
Fantastic. Well, welcome and thank you for applying. We appreciate you being here. We've seen your application and really appreciate it and the depth that it covered. But I'm wondering if you can just start us off with a sort of more personalized synopsis about what has brought you to this place and what maybe you hope to accomplish on the task force.
well, certainly. When I look back, my whole life is in a degree of public service, serving in the military and retired now from the military. I've lived here since 2019 and really enjoyed Tiburon, its people. And I want to contribute to society and to our city to try to make it a more inclusive and warmer place. It's just something that I have felt my entire life with public service, whether it's the combined federal campaign and helping others, helping my son. We're trying to set up a healthcare business for underserved population and children in schools. And as I get older, it's just not a matter of legacy and wanting to help, but I think I've gained a lot of experience in life through my interactions, positive and negative. And I hope I can take my life's experiences and use it to help Tiburon and the people who live here.
Thank you. That's really nicely put. Do any of my fellow council members have any questions for Mr. Golden?
Sure.
Yeah, Councilmember Fredericks, please.
Is it Mr. Golden or Dr. Golden?
Well, I'm doctor, so I guess it could be Dr. Golden if you wish, whatever you please.
Well, if you call me Alice, I'll call you Stephen.
You can call me Steve. Yes.
So Steve, do you see anything specifically that you're interested in the accomplishments of the task force?
I've listened to the meetings that are on the web. I get the ARC. I digest that. I think very good local paper. I think specifically, it's a matter of oversight in helping the city or contractors from the city design appropriate policies and procedures. It's really very difficult to do. One needs data, statistics, and in my experience with large organizations and working with people across the spectrum, you have to get different perspectives. You have to try to identify the root cause of an issue or a problem, and then take steps to hopefully resolve it, always knowing that there are always consequences. Every decision is unintended consequences. And you have to be open, listen, and make decisions. I think for the city, it's a matter, recent issues with the police and training. I feel training, conflict resolution. It's what are our problems and what concrete steps can intelligently be taken to try to resolve it. You may not solve every issue at once. It might be a series of baby steps, but I do have a perspective that there are more than two sides to the coin, that one must be open-minded and one must be able to make a decision. Sometimes there are no decisions. I think it was called administrative orbiting. It just goes around and around and around. And you have to listen and you have to make a decision. And the thing is, I'm sorry, I'm going to get a lecture, but when I was chief of the medical staff at David Grant Medical Center, they're very, very good people. And there'd be conflicts and they come to you. Good people come to you with different perspectives. And if you have to make a decision, it's A or B. If you're A and you choose B, that person who's, didn't get what they wanted have to know that not only did they get a fair hearing, but the door is not slammed shut and you're approachable again. And you, again, from my personal relationships, you have to keep confidences and you have to be trustworthy and earn the confidence, and respect has to be earned. And my attitude is, I was a colonel in the Air Force, and my attitude was, I have to help people succeed. It's not the thumbs down with a pyramid. It's me at the bottom, letting people, give them the vision. You have to give a vision to people, have them accept it themselves, and support them, and give people credit where credit is due. I don't know if I answered your question, but don't mean to ramble, but it's not, some things are complicated. What can you accomplish? You have to accomplish things with people, with goals in mind.
So can I do a short follow-up, Mayor?
Please, yeah.
Yeah, you moved into Tiburon just before we all came isolated from one another.
Believe me, I know.
But I just wonder if you saw or were able to take any opportunity to get involved in any community activity.
Not in not in Tiburon. When we lived in Sarasota, Florida, before we moved here, because we really missed the Bay Area, at the Sarasota Power Squadron, I was the head of public education and for safety, and that took a lot of time, and I just felt I was contributing to the safety of boaters and families.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Golden or Steve?
Me, Steve.
Thanks. So by the way, I just want to say, what you said really resonated, because, that is one of the most important parts about the task force, in my opinion, is the fact that we are a healthier, stronger community with more perspectives, and that makes us much more resonant and resolute. So I appreciate that perspective very much. And before I let you go, as I don't know if you heard me say to other candidates, but later in this meeting, we are scheduled to pick one of the candidates to be a voting member of the task force. We have 4 great candidates, one being you, and we can only pick one. But that being said, the meetings are structured such that you can come to the meetings, even virtually, and participate in every aspect except for voting. So it's really a very participatory meeting format. So even if you don't get selected tonight as one of the voting members, we'd love to have you come to the meetings and keep us mindful of other perspectives. So I appreciate that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you again for your interest and your talking to us tonight.
Thank you very much. It's really a privilege even to be interviewed. So I thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Right.
You too. And do we have Amanda Schneider with us?
Amanda is here. One moment.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, Amanda, can you hear us?
Yes, can you
Great.
hear me?
Yes, we can. And thank you and welcome. It's good to have you here. Thank you for being interested in serving in this and giving us your application. Do you think you could just give us a little walkthrough about who you are and how you've come to this point of wanting to be a part of the task force?
Perfect, I'd love to. I just moved here a few months ago, so I'm a very new member of Belvedere Tiburon and came from Seattle. I own 12 Five Guys restaurants in Washington and Hawaii. And so diversity, inclusion was a powerful component of my business. It really helped us thrive to focus on this. I did a lot of community outreach, which was good for my business as well. So working with students, working with environmental groups, working with just so many groups, kind of, it seemed like each town had its own focus and flavor. And so just joining in what their efforts were at the time and in that location was what consumed a lot of my time, and I really enjoyed it. So when I saw this come through, I thought, I have the time and I would like to get involved with the city and be helpful. I know that everyone there is very busy. You have a lot on your hands to do. So I just wanted to offer a hand and focus on what your goals are and help where I can.
Yeah, thanks. Anything specific that you had in mind in terms of goals as to what you or the task force should focus on in the future?
Well, I think there's probably some reason this has come up. And so I would like to look at that. And I don't know that there's anything specific. I think that this is a focus that many cities are taking, that many companies are taking. And so I think it's just very good of you to be current in this focus.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Vice Mayor Griffin, do you have a question for her?
Thank you for coming forward and offering us your services. Have you had a chance to attend any of the meetings and form a conclusion as to how we're doing and where you might be additive to what we're doing?
You know, I did attend one of them that was a little more focused on the housing. I think that it is a lofty goal that the state has to add some more housing. And I was listening to the struggles and kind of scratching my head, not quite sure how to meet those goals. And yet it is important to meet those goals, which also made me admire all the effort that you're giving working with this city, because it is hard to meet these goals. I think that it is a long range plan that needs to be prepared, broken up into little pieces, and then you carry on looking at the little pieces as you go accomplishing these goals. I think the first thing is asking the question of where you feel it needs to go, where everyone on this council feels the direction needs to go. Because I want to be of service to the city, not telling the city where they need to go. Yeah, I want to be helpful.
Fair enough.
I think
Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Schneider? No? Okay. So I just, before you go though, I want you to know that later in this meeting, we do have an agenda item to potentially select one of the candidates to be a voting member of the task force. And as you've seen, we have 4 great candidates and we can only pick one. But that being said, the format of those meetings is such that everyone can participate equally except for the voting. So don't be shy. If you don't get selected, please don't be shy about participating in the meetings, because every voice is helpful.
perfect. I think what you're saying is so true too throughout the city. Every voice is helpful. Every person has something to contribute, and it's a matter of cultivating that and helping them grow.
Yeah, no, that's well said. It's a luxury of being in a relatively small community, as you can
It
make
is.
decisions.
And it's a luxury of being retired that I have the time, you know.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and for volunteering. And as I said, we have it on the agenda for later in the regular meeting, which starts at 5, to consider an appointment. But thanks for coming.
You bet. Thanks. Take care. Mhm.
Okay, so that is the full agenda of the special meeting. So we can adjourn until the regular meeting at 5 p.m.
And
What's
we're on
that?
the same Zoom, right?
Same Zoom, yes. So
Same
I'm
link.
just gonna turn off the camera.
yeah, no hot mics for the next 24 minutes.
See you soon.
All right, see you at 5 o'clock, everyone.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
okay, I'm gonna go off screen now.
Hello. Hey, Jerry.
Can everybody hear me?
Is that Christine? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks.
Hello, Erica. Welcome,
Hi
welcome.
there. I had muted myself. Nice to see you all.
See you too. So we're just waiting for Councilmember Wellner, and then we can light this candle, as they say. Good evening, everybody. I will call the meeting to order as soon as Councilmember Wellner shows up. He should be here in a second. Famous last words. There he is. Good evening, everybody, and welcome. It's my pleasure to call to order the regular meeting of the Tiburon Town Council for Wednesday, January 18th, 2023. Lee, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Here.
Councilmember Thier,
Here.
Councilmember Wellner.
I'm sorry, did you call Wellner?
Yes,
Yes, here.
thank you. Vice Mayor Griffin
Here.
and Mayor Ryan.
And I'm here. And now to kick off the agenda, Lee, could you please instruct the public on how to participate and then check to see if we have any oral communications for items that aren't on the agenda?
Yes, if you would like to make a comment during this meeting, please use the raise hand feature of Zoom, which will indicate to me you'd like to make a comment. You can find the raise hand button on your webinar controls bar on the bottom of your Zoom window or smartphone screen. If you're using Zoom, I'll invite you to turn your camera and microphone on to address the council. Please accept the request from the Zoom host that you're being promoted to a panelist. If you're calling and using a phone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand, or you can submit an email to comments@townoftiburon.org. And with that,
Do we have anybody who wants to speak on something that's not on tonight's agenda?
I'm seeing none.
Thank you. So we can move on. And our next item for consideration is the consent calendar. Do I have anyone on the council who wants to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
I would like to pull consent item 6.
Okay, pulling CC6. Anybody else? Okay. Do we have any members of the public who would like to make a comment on any of the consent items?
Seeing none.
Okay, thanks. So therefore, could I have a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item 6?
I'll move.
Second,
Okay, thank you. Lee, could you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
yes.
Councilmember Wallner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes. So let's look at item 6. Did you want, have any questions of the staff, Holly, or did you want to just go right to discussion?
Sure, I can go right to discussion. So I'm very glad that we're moving to updating our records about utilizing electronic payment methods. I do, however, feel more comfortable staying with the $2,500 limit. And I think that it's just a good fiscal control. Right now, 2 signatures are required for checks over $2,500. And that includes, there's a list of individuals who are authorized to sign just for fiscal accountability. I think 2,500 is the right limit. I think 5,000's a little high for me, and it makes me nervous. So I like the $2,500 limit. That's why I pulled the item, and I'm glad that we're dispensing with paper checks. So.
Yeah, Councilmember Wellner, please.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. I'm not sure if this is to the town manager or the town, maybe the town clerk, but the current rule is that it's not just 2 signatures, it's a signature. Is it a signature from staff and then a signature from a council member? Is that how it works? What is the rule?
For amounts under $2,500, it's 2 signatures, and it could be any of the 2 folks on that list. For payment over $2,500, it's still 2 signatures, but we require a council member to review all the payments that are over $2,500 and essentially approve them. So.
Okay, so what I would say is I actually, when I was last faced with this question last year, I actually encouraged staff to increase the amount that required council approval, because there were, at this point, with how inflation steadily moves forward, they were needing to send to the mayor all kinds of routine utility bills and other things that exceeded 2,500. I don't remember what they were, but basically there was a handful every month that, instead of requiring 2 staff signatures, actually required a council signature. I thought that was wasteful, and so I would support the 5,000 increase.
Yeah, Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes, and having looked at the checks that go out, I agree with Councilmember John Wellner. It'll just suck us into more and more checks that are routine for routine services, requiring another eyeball. And it's time consuming. I mean, you download it, and if you're doing what you're supposed to do, you look at the whole list. If you have questions, you ask the staff. Yeah. And to increase that list as inflation goes on and more per day, daily kinds of expenses end up on that list requiring a second signature is really a waste of time. I don't have a concern. I support the staff recommendation.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, and sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor Griffin, go ahead.
How much did it increase inflation wise from previous years? Do you know, John? Or Councilmember Wellman?
I just know, all I know is my experience last year, there were a lot of routine bills. So I'm presuming that at some point, 2,500 was a meaningful line, but it seems now it's too low.
Would the staff know that and answer that question?
If you're asking the rate of inflation over the years, no, I do not know that. So
What, do you know when it was last increased?
the $2,500 limit,
Yeah, when it was, when it became 2,500?
gosh, yes, it was decades ago. I honestly don't know. It certainly hasn't changed since I've been here, and that was 2016. So.
Yeah, and for me, if there was only one signature required, I'd have some consternation about it. But the fact that there's two, just admittedly neither of them is council, but two signatures are still required. Seems like a reasonable, prudent measure to forestall any doubt. But so that's where I would be. Does anyone want to make a motion and then we can vote?
Yeah, I think Ben's appeared because we need to ask the
Oh,
public.
public comment. Sorry. Yes. Is there anyone from the public who would like to opine on this item? Thanks.
I'm seeing none.
Thank you. So I would entertain a motion from someone on the council who is inclined to support the staff recommendation.
I will
guess
make that
technically
motion.
Anyone can make a motion for anything technically, but
I will make a motion to support the staff recommendation.
we have a second.
Second.
Could you take a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
No.
Councilmember Wellner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
No.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes. Okay. So that item passes 3-2. Thank you for the discussion. And now we are on to the regular agenda. The first one is considering appointments. Earlier this evening at a special meeting, we did have some interviews for candidates to be appointed to the diversity task force. And we have a mosquito vector reappointment to consider. So Lee, do you have a quick staff report for us?
Yes, just quickly, the council is considering making two separate appointments tonight. The first is to, as the mayor said, the Marin Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees, aka the Buck Board. The incumbent is Kathy Benedictson. She has informed the town she'd like to be reappointed to another term, and we received no additional applicants when we opened the application period for the position. The second appointment is to the Diversity Inclusion Task Force. The town received 4 applications and the council interviewed everyone tonight. For both appointments, the council is free to either make the appointment tonight or direct staff to reopen the application period to accept more applications.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for staff on this item? Okay. Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this item?
Seeing none.
Okay, so shall we discuss? And if it makes it easier for people, should we segregate it into 2 separate items? One is with respect to the mosquito.
I'd like to take them both, actually, if that's okay. It's Holly. Together.
You want to do them both together?
Yeah. I was gonna do a little discussion and then make a motion. I mean, I think we have one applicant for Marin Sonoma Mosquito and Vector Control District Board of Trustees who has served previously. So I would be inclined to support her reappointment. With respect to the Diversity Inclusion Task Force, as we always say, we have an embarrassment of riches. We have 4 very, very good candidates. However, I would be in favor of appointing Nushin Latour due to her current work with UCSF and also her previous and ongoing work with the Diversity Inclusion Task Force. And I wanted to also say to the other candidates, which you said, that, you know, regardless of what happens, anyone is free to come to the Diversity Inclusion Task Force and speak and participate. And I think it's a really difficult decision with so many qualified applicants. But I think the past work is what distinguished her resume. So I'll make that motion at the appropriate time.
Okay, thanks.
Is that a motion?
Sure. I
I'm
can make
happy
it
to
as a
consider the
motion.
motion, yeah.
And
Can I
then
get a
I'll
second
make it
on
as a
that?
motion.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Okay. Does anyone have anything they want to say before we take the roll call vote? Councilmember Griffin or Vice
I say
Mayor?
all
Griffin?
the candidates are excellent, and I really appreciate that people come to Tiburon really step forward to volunteer and use their experience, their know-how, their expertise, and their new ideas, and it keeps the town fresh and moving forward. And I hope that each one of you who may not be selected this evening will continue to participate and add those ideas, because as the mayor said, everybody's welcome to come to the meetings, and we get a lot of good ideas from people who do that are not necessarily on the Diversity Inclusion Task Force. So thank you all for coming forward. We appreciate your interest in the town.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, do I need to open for public comment, I believe, right, before we go for the vote?
I think you did.
I think you already did.
I did, okay. Okay, in that case, Lee, can we call for the vote, please?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Councilmember Wellner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
Mayor Ryan.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes. Congratulations to both of you, and as both Vice Mayor Griffin and Councilmember Thier said, to those who we didn't select, please stay involved because we value your contributions. Next up, we have item 2 is considering a budget amendment and authorization of a $200,000 contribution from previously pledged funds to the Trust for Public Land for the acquisition of the Martha property. Could we get a staff report on this, please?
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor, we're joined this evening by Jerry Reeson and Erica Williams, who are going to give a short presentation on this. But just to summarize, on November 16th, the council voted unanimously in approving a pledge of $1 million towards the purchase of the Martha property. And subsequent to that, representatives of the coalition raising funds reached out to the town and requested the town consider making a $200,000 contribution before the end of January to aid in making a required option payment. So we're bringing it back to council for that. If council is inclined to approve the request, there's several things we'd ask council to do. One is to authorize the payment of $200,000 to the Trust for Public Land as a contribution towards the purchase. Also authorize a fiscal year 2023 budget amendment to fund that expenditure in the amount of $200,000. The source of funds for that budget amendment would be the newly created Martha Property Discretionary Reserve Fund. And thirdly, we would ask the council authorize the town manager to execute a contribution agreement that's yet to be completed. That would be only after the town attorney approves that contribution agreement as to form. So with that, I would ask Erica and Jerry to come on and give their presentation.
Thanks.
I am,
Hello.
And I believe, oh, Lee, if you could share, there we go. Perfect. Thank you.
hi, I think Jerry will start
Yes.
us off this evening and then he'll turn it over to me.
Good evening, Mayor Ryan and council members. As was just noted, last November, we celebrated the successful Measure M campaign, where nearly 80% of Tiburon and Belvedere voters approved the initiative to help purchase the Martha property. Later in November, I requested Tiburon help with the Martha property purchase, and the council unanimously pledged $1 million. Again, thank you. Tonight, Erica Williams of Trust for Public Land and I want to update the council on our purchase efforts. Erica.
Thank you, Jerry. So I'm Erica Williams. I am a senior project manager with the Trust for Public Land. And in the spirit of full disclosure, I'm also a Tiburon resident and chair of the Tiburon Planning Commission. As you know, in June of 2022, Trust for Public Land entered into an option agreement with the Martha Company that gives us 2 years to raise $42.1 million to purchase the Martha property and convey it to Marin County Open Space District. At the same time in June, we also entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Marin County, whereby the county agreed to contribute $26.1 million in acquisition funds, and that's public funds. And I'd love to ask Lee to move to slide 5 of the presentation, and I will very quickly just go over this funding structure that I've outlined here. The $26.1 million that comes from the county includes $2.1 million in bond proceeds that the community and Tiburon Open Space with under Jerry's lead raised in the 1990s to protect Old St. Hilary's. It also includes $6 million in Measure A funds that the county pledged in June with the full support of the Board of Supervisors, and that will be used toward acquisition. And of course, the county in June and through November supported and facilitated the creation of the Measure M Community Facilities District and will administer the CFD going forward. And as Jerry noted, thanks to the critical support of Tiburon Open Space and the Tiburon and Belvedere communities and electeds, Measure M passed on November 8th, yielding about $18 million in anticipated bond proceeds. So by early November of 2022, we had raised $26.1 million of the local public funding. And with your generous pledge of $1 million in November, that figure is now up to $27.1 million, leaving us with a $15 million funding gap, which we're currently underway raising through private and additional public funding. While Tiburon Open Space and TPL work to identify private philanthropic donors in the next year, TPL is laser focused on raising grant funding from state natural resource agencies and private foundations. We have over 50 years, I should say, of experience working with state agency partners. And those partners include the California Natural Resources Agency, Wildlife Conservation Board, State Coastal Conservancy, and state parks. We work on many projects. We've worked on hundreds of projects over the years, and we know these agencies well. I'm sure you have all heard that there have been some adjustments to the governor's budget recently, but I wanted to, I think it's important to note tonight that even with these changes, this continues to be one of the best public funding climates we have seen in our experience and for our work. There is still significant funding available for conservation across the state, and our conversations with and proposals to state partners have been very encouraging to date. And we are confident that we can successfully raise the grant monies that you see in the range under additional funding here. So that's the second bullet point. And we're pursuing all avenues. So I've added another little bullet point for other, TBD opportunities that come our way. We'd like to remain nimble and adaptable and open to all opportunities. And we're also very, very confident and inspired by Jerry's and others' efforts within the community to raise individual donations that will help close the funding gap. So you'll see a range of 5 to 10 million for both state agency funding and private philanthropic funding that includes foundations. And, this is, as I said, we will be working on this over the course of the next year. And this range we are doing our best to pursue as much state agency funding as we can to bring down the philanthropic need. But we're working both avenues simultaneously. And in the meantime, as the staff memorandum notes, we need to meet a milestone under our option agreement with the Martha Company. Very common for agreements to include option periods and related payments. And so we are seeking the $200,000 toward a second option payment that will give us another year to raise acquisition funds. Jerry, back over to you.
Okay, good. When I requested the $1 million back in November, I didn't mention the second option payment, which Erica says is coming due soon, as we thought it would be quickly raised. We had already raised the first option payment in June of 2022, but it has turned out to be slow. We couldn't raise funds until the initiative was passed, since obviously no one knew if we were even going to go ahead at all, but the initiative soundly passed. And so that left us with a very short time in 2022 to raise option payments, and 2023 is also very short. Plus, we need major donors to finish the purchase. And asking for small amounts to fund the option payment could result in a major donor not giving a large donation. We continue to try fundraising from individuals and from Marin County. The county was asked, but they said that they cannot help, as time is too short for them and could likely require legal document changes. Simply said, Council, we need your help. We have raised 50,000 from individuals, but we still need 200,000. It is vital that we not let this purchase option lapse. Thank you for your thoughts and any help.
Thank you very much, Erica and Jerry. Does anyone have any questions for either of them? Vice Mayor Griffin, please.
Thank you for being so candid about the reason for asking for the funds. And I just want to make sure that the $200,000 does not add to the $1 million, but it is part of the $1 million, correct?
Correct.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that does go towards the purchase price as well.
Yeah. I just want to make that sure. That's on your behalf, Jack.
Thanks. Anybody else have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Please.
And I think Erica just answered it in passing, but I want to highlight it. So this is a $200,000, advanced payment for the $1 million that was pledged. But in addition to that, ultimately it counts towards the purchase price as opposed to just an independent extra payment. Okay.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's a good distinction. Thanks for clarifying. Anybody else have any questions for them? Could I open it up to the public? If anyone from the public has a comment on this item, I'd love to hear from you.
Seeing none. Oh. Okay, I am seeing one.
Okay, should we let in Mr. Hornbrook?
Yes.
Elder or junior, depending on who it is?
Sorry, it's elder, not younger. I need to change that. What happens when your child uses your phone? So I know I have 3 minutes. So I just wanted to call and chime in that I'm in full support of this as a member of, I'm on the Post Commission, but also just as a resident of Tiburon. This is just a good thing to do. And given that it's not an incremental increase, it's really kind of a zero sum issue. So thank you very much for the time, and I'll jump off because you guys have a lot of other things on your agenda. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks for the comment, Chuck. Appreciate it. Do we have anyone else in the public who'd like to speak? I think I saw a hand earlier, but then it disappeared.
I am seeing no additional comments.
Okay, can we bring it back to council for discussion then, please? Does anyone have any comments they'd like to get out right away? Councilmember Thier, please.
So I just wanted to start by commending Trust for Public Lands and commending Jerry and Erica for bringing this to us and for their work that in Jerry's case has gone on quite a while, just a couple years, even though he's only 49, it's gone on longer, I think.
A little.
And Erica, you've been an amazing asset in your role in your new employment as well, making this happen. So I just wanted to say that I very, very strongly support this. It is a zero-sum game. We're allocating 200,000 to TPL out of the million that we already set aside. And I fully understand why the funds were not raised. It's at the time that it was approved, then the holidays started, and it's very difficult to get people to focus on anything else. I would love to make the motion at the appropriate time, but I'm 100% in support and want to thank you for your efforts and thank you for this work, because so many future generations, including myself and my children, are going to benefit from being able to go and finally walk on that land and have that uninterrupted ridgeline. So thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Thier, and I will circle back to you for that motion shortly. Councilmember Wellner, please. You're muted, John.
There. Okay. So anyway, thank you for coming to us, Jerry and Erica. I'm in strong support of making this adjustment to the contribution that Tiburon's making to advance the 200 now. Normally, I might be concerned about the risk of paying for an option that's not where the fundraising hasn't been completed, but based on the remarkable track record that you guys have had creating so much out of nothing, I'm very confident you'll reach your goal and that we'll all be the better for it. So thank you, and you have my support.
Great, thanks. Councilmember Fredericks, please.
Yeah, I know that there has been a little bit of heartburn about putting town funds at risk. It's a difficult decision, but we've made these kinds of difficult decisions before. We agreed to put $200,000 or so at risk to subsidize a late night ferry, even though 2 previous trials with Blue and Gold indicated late night ferry is not sustainable. In contrast, as John pointed out, Trust for Public Land, the Open Space Committee, and our whole community has already demonstrated the willingness to raise and contribute funds. So even though there is a risk, and I think we need to acknowledge that, it's just not as compelling. It's a less of a risk than that of the night ferry was, and there's a potential benefit to every single member of this community now and in the future. The risk is so minuscule compared to those benefits.
Thanks, appreciate those words. Vice Mayor Griffin, did you want to say anything?
No, I think everybody said everything that needs to be
All right.
said.
I'm going to chime in just for a little bit here, and I'm not going to go in the direction you think, because everybody thinks that I hate risk, and I do, and I actually I made my living an options trader previously, so it's kind of ironic when this comes to this. And yet I am not even going to speak about this, because at heart I am pragmatic, and this is the right part in the process and this is the right step that we need to take in the process. And I really appreciate Jerry and Erica being so thorough and going to the county and pursuing all the avenues that were right to pursue. And it makes sense for us to commit this. The only thing that I'm going to throw in there for the council members in particular in the future is I went through a utility undergrounding process about 5 years ago with my neighborhood. And at the time, the policy was such that the town would not put money at risk ahead of the neighbors. And it was the most burdensome thing of the whole process. And so I'm excited to see that the town council is embracing the idea that public funds can be used in slightly risky endeavors. And therefore, when the utility undergrounding subcommittee meets later and comes forth with a policy that perhaps encourages the town to maybe put some money ahead of or pari passu with the resident money, I am encouraged that it will be supported.
So Tiburon,
Jack!
Thank you guys for leading this.
That was a bank shot. I was not expecting that. Okay.
That was yeah.
We're so glad you're not bitter.
I don't know, Mayor Ryan.
Again, I am pragmatic and practical, and so in every way, I hope.
So Tiburon will make its own new movie, Risky Business Part 2.
That's right. So I would like to circle back. I've given Councilmember Thier a few minutes, and because there was a series of things that we need to consider in making this motion, so I hope she has studied up and can get through all of them.
Okay, so I would like to move that we authorize a payment of 200,000 to the Trust for Public Lands as a contribution towards the acquisition of the Martha property. And that we authorize a fiscal year 2023 budget amendment to fund the expenditure in the amount of 200,000, with the source of funds being the Martha Property Discretionary Reserve Fund, and that we authorize the town manager to execute a contribution agreement with the Trust for Public Land related to the contribution, subject to the approval of the town attorney.
Thank you. Can I get a second for that?
I'd
motion?
like to second it. Let John do it.
Councilmember Waller with the second. and
Second.
Record can note the thirds and the fourths. Lee, could I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember
It's a
Frederick,
nail biter.
And wait, just for Ben Stocks, you know, my vote will not be predicated on anything that Mayor Ryan just said. This is not a quid pro quo, Mayor
That's
Ryan.
right.
Oh,
Okay, Lee.
okay, ready? Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes,
Councilmember Wellner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin.
Well, despite Erica and Jerry's fine presentation, how could I turn down another Griffin? Aye.
And Mayor Ryan.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. That passes 5-0. Well deserved and well done to Erica and Jerry. Thank you guys for bringing that to us and taking care of this.
thank you. Oh,
Thank
Thank
you.
you. thanks.
We now move on to action item 3, which is a discussion and comment on the response to the HCD comment letter regarding our draft housing element. Could I please get a staff report?
Yes, I'm going to share the screen, and Christina Rourke from O'Rourke and Associates will be presenting tonight.
Thanks, Dana. Okay. Hi, everyone. Well, good evening, Mayor Ryan and members of the council. I'm Christina O'Rourke from O'Rourke and Associates. I'm the lead consultant on the general plan update and on your housing element update. So can we have the next slide, please, Dina?
Oh, wait a second. There you go. Sorry.
Okay, so for tonight, for the presentation, we'd like to start off with a review of the housing element process and the timeline, kind of where we've been and where we're going. And then we'll do a quick overview of the comments that we received from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD for short. Then, and we'll talk about 2 of the issues that came up and that kind of what we consider to be the most significant issues. So then we'll talk 1 about options for backfilling the disqualified SB9 units. And a couple of options is to increase density on some downtown sites, also to look at 4576 Paradise Drive, which we did talk about at a previous meeting at one point. Number 4, we would like to discuss incentives for accessory dwelling unit development, which was something that HCD flagged. And then finally, we are asking for council direction on changes to make to this draft housing element so that we can resubmit the draft to HCD for the next review period. It can take up to 60 days. So next slide. And there we go. All right, so this process started well over 2 years ago. We had a workshop in November of 2021 when we just talked about housing element, kind of housing issues and needs in general, and we began to identify sites where it would make sense to increase housing densities to accommodate our RENA, which is 639 units. We had another community workshop on February of 2022. And then the following month, we brought all of the sites that we had been reviewing with the community. We also had surveys that we posted online. We brought them to the Planning Commission. At that time, one of the sites that we were considering was the Tiburon Baptist Church. And because the property owner was not interested in developing housing, we removed that site during that Planning Commission meeting. We then brought the sites to the town council. We had 2 meetings, one on the 20th, and then we called a special meeting on the 27th to talk about the sites.
And at that time, another one of the sites that we had previously identified, which was the Cove Shopping Center, we looked at that for a variety of reasons. One, probably the most important, is that we received a letter from the property owner saying that they were not interested in redeveloping the shopping center for mixed use with housing. So that site then at the council direction was removed from the list of from our site inventory. We then went back in June of 2022, and that's because the property owner of the office buildings, there's 3 parcels that have office buildings at the corner of Mar West and Tiburon Boulevard, and that property owner had contacted the town and asked if it could be included as a housing site because they're having difficulty leasing that space. So we brought that forward to the Planning Commission and then the Town Council in June of 2022. And that site was approved to be part of the housing elements site inventory. We then took those sites and released a draft housing element back in July of last year. We had a meeting with the Town Council, 2 meetings, in one on August 3rd, and then a special meeting on August 31st. And that was to kind of look more closely at the sites. At the August 31st meeting, the council directed staff to reduce the density. So we were looking at some sites on the east side of Tiburon Boulevard to be 40 to 45 units an acre, which would be about 4-story buildings. And then the council directed us to reduce that density to 30 to 35 units, which was all of the other, or most of the other downtown sites we were proposing at, and limit the height to 3 stories. That did reduce our, what we called our so-called buffer. And so we only had 7% more than the RENA required overall. And we were cutting it very close. At the time, we did raise this issue about the SB9 units. We were assuming that all of the vacant single-family sites would be developed with 4 units. And we kind of knew at the time that we really were wading into uncharted territory. We didn't know what the HCD response would be, and now we do. So then we submitted the draft in September to HCD. They had a 90-day review period. Staff met with HCD on December 20th. And that meeting, it was only about an hour, but it's an important meeting because we get to ask them questions and get a little nuance behind some of the comments. A lot of the comments, when you read them, they're they're really in HCD speak, I like to say, and they can be kind of difficult to wade through. So that meeting does help us to understand really what they want. We received the letter 3 days later on December 23rd, and we posted it to the website. So we are here on January 18th with the Town Council to review our draft, our response to HCD comments. It's probably not It's not complete. I'm sure we will be making revisions to that after tonight's meeting. Also, I just want to reiterate that this is our draft response. We don't know, just because we think we've adequately responded to all of HCD's comments and concerns, that they will accept it. In fact, usually what will happen is that they will come back and they will say, yeah, but you still have to provide more detail, more justification, for a smaller number of issues, but that is usually the process. So if we get the go-ahead from the council tonight with how we're going to backfill these above moderate units, we would probably need about 30 days to revise the draft. That's really because we have to go back and we have to do the affirmatively furthering fair housing analysis again with a sub-consultant, and we can't, we just don't really know how quickly they can get to it. It took about 30 days last time for us to go through that process. So we're budgeting 30 days. At that point, we would have a revised draft that we could post to the website. It has to be posted for 7 days according to state law, and then we would submit it to HCD. They have a 60-day review period. It's possible that they may come back to us, and what has happened in the past and has happened with other jurisdictions is that the reviewer will meet with the staff and the consultant kind of go back and forth and kind of, finalize it and hammer it out so that we get something that they say is compliant. But they could take up to 60 days. And this whole thing could be repeated if necessary. So assuming that we move forward with, as I said, so that we know the sites, and the important piece of that is that we have to know where all the housing is going so that the environmental consultant can finish their work. There's part of that environmental impact report that they're already working on, but we need to know where the housing goes so that we can do the traffic analysis, for greenhouse gas emissions analysis, for the noise analysis. So we need that information, and then we're giving them about 2 months to turn around the entire draft environmental impact report. At that point, once the draft is released, it has to be released for a 45-day review period, and then we get comments, and then they have to respond to comments. So if everything went perfectly, we would be able to potentially adopt the housing element with the general plan in May. But I mean, everything has to go perfectly. So could be a little bit of a stretch. In addition to adopting the general plan and the housing element and certifying the environmental impact report, there are objective development and design standards that would be adopted, and the rezonings of all of the sites would be completed at that same time. So it really is it's kind of a whole package. There may be an ability to break it up and adopt the general plan and then do the rezonings and the development design standards very shortly thereafter, but we'll kind of cross that bridge when we get to it. So next slide, please. And keep going. All right, so now we'll talk about the letter that we received from HCD. It was a 12-page letter, and which included an appendix. So basically they said, and this is kind of a boilerplate, but the draft element addresses many statutory requirements. However, revisions will be necessary to comply with state housing element law. There's an appendix to that letter. It's about 10 pages long that really identifies all of their issues of concern. We've taken that and we've kind of broke it up into smaller pieces. So we have 29 comments in our draft response to the HCD comments. Most of their comments are just simply requests for additional information, analysis, more justification for why we're doing something or why we think something's going to happen, and or evidence of compliance with some new state laws. And so most of them are pretty easily addressed. And I think you probably saw that in our response. There were 2 issues that we wanted to flag for council input for discussion. One is the SB9 units and the insufficient sites that we now have to meet the above moderate income need. And another one is the incentives for the accessory dwelling unit development. So I'm going to take these separately. Next slide. All right, so let's do the SB9 units. So as I said earlier, we were projecting 4 units to be built on every vacant single family site pursuant to SB9. So that law allows a single family property owner to split their parcel as long as it has to be qualifying, it has to be a certain size, to split it and then to build 2 homes on each of the parcels. And the council has limited the size of those homes to 800 square feet. So we, because we were going to credit these to the above moderate income category, we thought we might be able to get away with that. HCD's comment in response was that the state has to support that analysis with local information such as local developer or owner interest. And then when we talked to HCD in our meeting, they said, we said, well, does that mean we should send out letters to the property owners, and if we get interest, then you'll count it? And they said, yes. So the town sent out letters to all the owners of record of those vacant parcels. There were 29 of them. Actually, as we were going through, we realized that 2 of them, although the assessor said they were vacant, when we cross-referenced with the Google Maps and Marin Map, we found out 2 of them actually were not vacant, so we had to take those off. The town received 2 letters of interest, actually 1 letter and 1 phone call saying that they were interested in in SB9 split. So we can feel confident that we can count those. So those 8 units on those 2 sites. The qualification of SB9 units leaves the deficit as it's 86 or it's 83 units in the above moderate income category. And the next slide, I can quickly go through how we got to 83 units. So this is from the appendix, I think it's Appendix C, where we list all of the vacant lots that are available for single family homes, for single family development. And so 2 of them, you can see where the strike throughs, those are the ones that are actually developed. So we've taken those off the list and given the new revised unit capacities, that last column that's in red. So those are now 0. The other ones we've knocked down from 4 to 1. If they are a single family lot, there's some of these which are PDRs. And so they already have a unit capacity that was identified in the last general plan, which we're just carrying forward. So those are larger lots, but we're not going to assume any additional development on those. We didn't assume SB9 development on those. The arrows are pointing to the 2 where we got the letters of interest. So we're counting those for 4. And then the next slide, please, Dina. And so the total there, we're counting 174, but now we're down to 88 when we take out those non-qualifying SB9 units. We have identified 63 above moderate income units in the multifamily sites A to G. Those are downtown sites. Also 9 units that we said would be affordable to above moderate income households for ADUs. So the total was 160. The RENA for the above moderate income category is 243. So we have a deficit of 83 units. Next slide, please. All right, so again, options for backfilling the disqualified SB9 units. 1, we can increase density on some downtown sites from 30 to 35 units an acre. Another one is to look at this 4576 Paradise Drive, which is currently zoned RPD, which allows 1 unit an acre. So I'll take these. Let's go to the next slide. So this shows all of the different sites. And what we're offering here is kind of, different density ranges that the council can look at. So 4576 Paradise Drive, which is actually a 9+ acre site, but the property owner who approached the town and said that they would be interested in increasing the density on that property and taking the flatter 3 acre area of it. And so we've sketched out the densities here of 15 to 20 units an acre, 20 to 25 units an acre, and 25 to 30 units an acre. As you may recall from our previous exercises doing this, we have to assume the minimum density when we're counting the units. So if we're looking at 3 acres times 15, that would be 45. But we had already previously counted 3 units on that site. So we knocked that down to 42. And I am now just realizing that we also have the 2 houses. I think it should have been 40. Okay, so then moving on to the other sites in the downtown. These are all currently 30 to 35 units an acre. And so we're looking at 35 to 40 units, or 40 to 45 are 2 options. Again, we had originally looked at all of the sites that were on the east side of Tiburon Boulevard to be 40 to 45. That was our original proposal. So those are some options. And next slide, please. So here's the 4570.
Before you move past that slide, I have a question about that specific slide. If you could go back, is it correct that the 25 to 30 column, the reason we stopped there is because that is a height of 3 stories, and that going above the 30 would result in heights of above 3 stories?
Well, that and also that it still is, even though it's the flatter area of the lot, it still is, there still is a slope there. So
No, I'm
it's-
not asking about Paradise Drive. I'm asking about the
Oh.
the remaining,
Okay.
for all the sites downtown. You
Yeah.
indicated that we stopped at 30. And then you're showing what we could
Originally.
gain, right? And
Yeah.
and that we can increase if we increase the density. And what I'm trying to understand, and if it's correct, put a focus on, is that if we choose any of the downtown alternatives to increase density, when we cross from the 25 to 30 column over to the 35 to 40 column, we're in fact moving from 3 stories to 4. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's at 30 to 35, which is what we had proposed in the draft housing element. That's about 3 stories. Going to 35 to 40 units is really going to require a 4th floor.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to understand.
Okay. All right. And then next slide. So this is just a look at that 4576 Paradise Drive. Dean, I think if you click on it, it should kind of indicate where the area is for the, there we go. So that's kind of the flatter 3-acre area of that site. There are 2 existing houses. Again, it's currently zoned PDR, so it allows 1 unit per acre or 7 additional units. And we're considering rezoning that flatter 3-acre portion. So the options are depending on, how dense, 15 to 20 units, 20 to 25, 25 to 30 would be 70 up to plus 72 units. And then the next slide. So these are all of the other sites. We have, some of them are in numbers and some of them are in letters. So all of these sites here that are pink are currently proposed at 30 to 35 units an acre. Again, as we said, 3 stories. The sites 1 to 7 and 9 were all identified to accommodate the lower income need. And that's because we have property owner support for redeveloping those sites. They are going to be subject to these restrictions here. We have to allow by right processing if any of them come in with a 20% affordable units for lower income households. We have to allow 100% residential on all of those sites. And we also have to require that at least 50%, there's 50% residential if they are developed with a mixed use site. So, so all of them are proposed again at 3 stories, which is up to 45 feet. It's up to 2 stories or 35 feet within 60 feet of a residentially zoned property. So that could impact like sites A and B, which are near the Marsh Road condominium. And those heights are in the objective design and development standards, which we put into the draft housing element, but the council hasn't even had an opportunity to look at those objective development and design standards yet. So that is, something that it's also a little bit in flux. The objective development and design standards are proposing a 4th story bonus for sites 5 and 3. And that's because those sites, we can't require any commercial. We would like to, we've talked about this in the past, trying to get commercial on those corners in order to activate those corners. So with like cafes or just to bring more people to the corner. The bonus that is proposed in the odds is to, if the property, if the development proposes some ground floor commercial, they would get a 4th floor bonus up to 7,500 square feet on the upper floor. And that is, if they only propose 5,000 square feet commercial on the ground floor, they would get a 5,000 bonus on the 4th floor. And it would only go up to 7,500 square feet.
I had a question about that, Christine. Is that, my understanding is that is state law and that we are not, the town is not actually proposing that. We're identifying the sites where the state law says it can happen. Is that correct?
Where the state law says what can happen, I'm sorry.
The bonus, the 4th floor bonus.
No, the fourth story bonus is something that's at the discretion of the town. The town does
Okay.
not have to include that. That was simply a way to try to incentivize the property owner to include some ground floor commercial at those corner lots in order to activate the corner. But if the council feels like it's more important to not have 4 stories and have an all residential building, well, then that would be up to the council. What we're not including here is a potential density bonus for projects that include affordable housing units. And that is a state law. And that's something that we really can't guess in advance what that might be. The state density bonus is, it's a sliding scale. It goes anywhere from 20% to 80% for 100% affordable development for very low and low income units. And one of the things that a property owner could request, because there are concessions that the town has to give, the property owner could request a height bonus, request an additional floor, for example. So those are something that we can't control, and we can't guess in advance what's going to happen, but that is just something to keep in mind, that is a possibility. So even if we limit it to 35 feet and 3 stories, or 45 feet and 3 stories, it still doesn't mean that it could be higher if a project qualifies for a state density bonus.
Can I ask a question about this, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So what if somehow the economy changes during the planning cycle and developers decide that actually commercial activity of commercial, 100% commercial would be, or some huge percent commercial would be more likely to be feasible for him? We'll lose those units, right, in our count. And then we'll have to add them to whatever the location, the allocation is in the next planning cycle. Is that right?
Well, I think there's 2 different issues there. So the commercial is, we're allowing 100% residential only on those numbered sites.
Yes.
The other sites, the AB, they can be completely commercial. If the property owner, A, B, C, D, if the property owner wants to develop them with the commercial, they can develop them with the commercial. We only have a requirement for residential on those lower income sites. Now, the issue about, if these sites, and we talked about this before, the no net loss law, if these sites are developed, and let's say on site 3, we're assuming we're going to get 30 units. I'm just making this up. And it comes in that we don't get 30 units, that we get 25 units. Although I shouldn't say that, because we have minimums required, and we're only assuming the required minimum. So let's say the site is developed, but it has moderate and above moderate income units, and it doesn't have all the low and very low that we assumed we were going to get. That, if that impacts the overall site inventory, and now you have a deficit in the low and very low, you're going to have to address that by identifying additional sites or increasing densities to make up for that shortfall. So that is the reason why HCD recommends a buffer, so that if that happens, you don't have to immediately deal with a no net loss.
But HCD is happy with our buffer, right?
They didn't say anything about the buffer.
Okay.
The buffer has always been just a recommendation from HCD. Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure that I was clear about my question. So if the zoning allows 100% housing on a mixed use, something zoned for mixed use, the law requires at least 50% of it to be residential if a developer comes in with a project that is actually mixed use.
With a mixed use project, these are again the numbered sites. Yes, they have to.
And so if instead of doing that, they decide that on this mixed site, they don't want housing, does the zoning allow them to submit that application?
Only on the sites that are lettered.
Okay.
The other sites have to have some residential. They can't be 100% commercial.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And then actually, can I follow up on that? When it says it must require at least 50% residential, is that 50% floor area, or what's the 50%
Floor
what?
area.
I believe it's floor area.
It is.
Yeah.
Right, thanks.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so this is just one pathway to meeting that 83 unit deficit. I'm sure there are lots of other ways that you can put those numbers together, but one way is to zone those 3 acres of the 4576 Paradise Drive to 20 to 25 units an acre. That's similar to what the R4 zone that we're proposing for the Reed School site. And so it might be, kind of more appropriate for a sloped site like that one. That would give you 57 units. And then we just chose 2 of the sites that potentially could be increased to like 40 to 45 units an acre. We know that these property owners are interested in that kind of density. One is the Boardwalk Shopping Center. The other one is the 4 Beach Road. That's the parking lot that's behind the Bank of America building. So that would be one way. Then you would get 89 units to meet that deficit. All right, next slide. So the next thing that we wanted to bring up was this incentives for the accessory dwelling units, or ADUs. So the comment that we got from HCD is that, they said, fine, but you have to actively incentivize or promote ADU developments, and that this can take the form of flexible zoning requirements, development standards, processing, fee incentives that facilitate ADUs, such as reduced parking requirements, fee waivers. Other strategies could include developing information packets to market the ADU construction, establishing an ADU specialist within the planning department. So, I felt that we had actually done a pretty good job of explaining like all of the things that the town was going to do to promote ADUs. There's a great ADUmarin.org website that the town can promote more actively. And so I kind of reiterated that in the response, but clearly they want more than that. So we also included an action to essentially just to assign one of the planners as an ADU specialist. I think, in talking with Dina, everybody, is very well versed in ADUs and can talk to any member of the public. But since HCD would like an ADU specialist, that's perhaps one way to respond to their comment. And then we think that the council should also consider adding some additional incentives, such as flexible development standards and/or fee waivers. So on the next slide, please, Dina. So these are the ADU standards, just for the council to kind of discuss. This is the chart that is in the housing element. So we talk about what the maximum size is and the building height, the parking requirements. And then one more slide, it keeps going. And the fee is $595. So if there's any of those that the council could say that they would consider. Actually, HCD prefers it if we say that you will do something rather than you'll consider doing something, but those are kind of on the table.
So, Christine, if I understand you raised this as kind of a separate item from the reduction of the credit that we get for potential ADU development. What was not clear to me from the report is, so you sent out a survey. We got 2 letters saying that people might be interested. So we can't count the ones that we didn't get letters back. Is what, right? So
Yes.
If we adopt any of these incentives, do we get any increase, or is it just adopting incentives and it won't help us reach our number?
So this
No,
is
these
for
are-
ADUs, not for the SB9 units. This is
Right.
for ADUs, and
Will we
currently,
will we get an increase? So are they just saying we need to provide incentives in order to keep the number that we have?
yeah, to
Or are they saying we
continue.
could increase the number? No.
I think it's to continue that development. I mean, we've seen more ADUs this last year than we have in a very long time. We have 9 constructed so far.
So these comments, you take it to mean that let me just understand, if we resubmitted this report and made all the different changes that they want, but we didn't add any incentives for ADUs, do you think they would come back and reject the ADU portion? Is that what you're saying?
They may, yes.
They may.
So I think
So they're
even if
looking
the
for something
council,
in order just to keep it.
yes, that's correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, and then the next slide, I think that's everything. Yeah, so then we're just looking for direction on the changes to make to the draft housing element. What we would do is make the changes, and then we could post the revised draft and put it on the website and submit it to HCD. And hopefully we'll be able to just work with our reviewer and kind of do this back and forth and get something where they'll say that, well, if you make these additional changes, then we could say that your element would comply with state law and that we would certify it after the element was adopted. So we could bring the element back to the council at that time, once we have something that we know is certifiable. So that is the end of my presentation. Happy to answer any more questions.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wellner, you have a question right?
Yeah, I have two questions. The first one has to do with if you go back to your slide about you provided one alternative for reaching the number.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to reach, I believe you said it was it 83 or 89?
It's 83 units.
Okay, we need
as
to reach
long as I've counted deducted those 2 units. I'm not,
okay.
I'm just getting confused every time I do it.
So if we wanted to reach that number that we need to reach, I guess that what I'm asking is, if we were going to maximize the use of Paradise Drive, is there a way to reach the number that we need that does not involve increasing the density of downtown parcels? And
I think
one option to specifically consider is whether or not we could reduce our buffer in order to get from 83 to 57.
So, Dina, if you go back one, I think a couple of more actually for the other chart.
This one.
There we go. So at 20 to 30 units an acre for 4576, we get 72 units, which is not enough for the 83 units that we need. So, and so there is no more buffer left in the above moderate income category.
There's no buffer.
So I have a question on that, just to follow up quickly, John and Mayor Ryan.
Go for it, please.
Okay, so if you did, if you did get the 72 units out of that, and then you distributed the other units across the chart, would we still be able to stay with the 3 stories?
Distribute the other, are you talking
In other
about?
words, she's saying,
If you've got
if you go
89
to 36
units,
or something instead
right,
of,
you got 72 that you're gonna do. So if you were able to distribute these on these other parcels listed in the chart, could we avoid going above the 3 stories?
Well, in order to get, I mean, we're still short 11 units. So, you know, increasing Boardwalk Market to 35 to 40 units would get you the additional 11 units.
but what she's saying, and let me just, if I could put a fine point on it, is if we could say it's 30 to, they remain 30 to 35, but each one of the lots can have one more unit.
30 to 36.
So
yeah, no, we'd have to make we'd have to make the lots larger. I mean, the number of units that we've calculated for each site is based on the minimum density. So we can't just add another unit that we're going to get off that site. It's already based on the minimum density.
And the minimum density isn't granular enough to say, okay, well, it's 32 to 37 then.
Yeah, I mean, does it have to be 30 to 35? Can it be 30 to
Oh, can it be
36?
31 to 35?
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
Yes.
Ah, okay, now I understand.
Yeah.
I suppose it could be 31,
They can
35.
definitely change that and current, the, yeah.
And that would prevent us from moving to the
4-story.
4 stories.
Yeah.
I would have to I would have to calculate it, but
I think it
possibly.
could
And
possibly.
do the buckets
mean-
have to be 5 units per acre wide, or can it be?
No, so
31
it's saying
to
they don't.
35?
Yeah, they don't.
They don't have to. I mean,
Okay.
that's generally the practice, but they don't have to.
Holly,
could
this
also-
is a brilliant idea.
Thank you, John. Say that
And you
again. No.
could- And you could go back to them and get some kind of interim decision as to whether or not that's acceptable.
I don't
Well, we
think we
would
have
submit
to.
the entire
We
thing
would
to
submit
them.
it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we'll resubmit all of it. And if 31, when I do the math, if 31 doesn't work, we could look at 32 if we can get those
Right.
additional units.
Yeah.
But
I think
31 would work, because you're gonna, if you do it across the board, presumably you're gonna get an extra 14 units. Because you're using the minimum to calculate what you get, right?
Yeah, but like on those smaller sites, the 2, the 3, even the 5, I don't think one more unit an acre is even going to generate. It has to be a whole
Yeah.
number, right? So
It
I don't
has
think
to be
you're
a
going to
whole
get
number.
any. I don't think you'll get any on those small.
Oh, yeah, it
sites.
has to be a whole number and it has to be minimum 50%, right? So
That's
yeah.
right.
All right, all right.
Yeah, I mean, I can't promise it. I have to do the math.
But we have no buffer left
We would
for
have,
Okay.
we have no buffer
this
left
sliver.
for
Okay.
above moderate.
And then does this include the previously rejected idea of a few more houses, not in the cove in the main site, but in the side site? If you
So we-
remember,
I
right?
remember that conversation, yeah. We didn't include that. That was at council direction. There is that affordable housing overlay site. When we looked at it in pretty much in depth last time, back, I don't remember which month that was. But we kind of looked at it and we said we could get 8 to 10 units there. We've used that site before. So if we use it again, we're going to have to, it's going to have the same, we're going to have to also make it by right processing. If we're counting them all above moderate, we wouldn't have to require residential. So, but we would have to make it by right processing.
Can I
Isn't
ask
it
a
by right?
question?
Isn't it by right only if you don't increase the number?
If we don't increase the density. The other option would be to increase the density on that site. It's already has the affordable housing overlay, so we would have to do.
But
we would
I
have to do
thought
something different.
The only
I
issue
thought
is
we're getting
that site.
credit for that site. We wouldn't
Yeah,
get
the
credit.
only issue is that we used this in our last cycle, and I
Yeah.
think it will call out to HCD, so it didn't happen before, and now you're kind of struggling, so you're gonna put this back in.
Well, we are struggling.
I know, but because it didn't pencil or didn't happen last time, HCD may call us out on that.
Okay, I would just say in response to that, just to get your response here, I understand what you're saying, but in HCD's comments, they were also specifically asking us to move things out of downtown. So to the extent that we come back and say, well, we had rejected the site before, but you're asking us to move things out of downtown, we come back with the Paradise Drive property and a few units at the Cove, that actually seems to me like it's responsive to their comments, doesn't it?
So they're asking us to move things out of downtown, but they're really talking about the lower income units because they're concerned about affirmatively furthering fair housing in that.
And these wouldn't be lower income?
These would be, well, it's the above moderate income that we have the shortfall in. So we need to count them as above moderate.
And I also wanted to weigh in that site was rejected for numerous reasons, flooding. And we actually had like a couple hours on just that site. several times. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
Councilmember Frederick,
agree.
I
yeah,
don't think, let me finish. I don't think it should be added in at this time. I think in the letter, if you look at the response letter on page, I believe it's page 40, page 34, the town does state in our response letter that that site and the Baptist church site, if the owners agree to allow housing, would be added back in at a future date. So I think that does take care of the comments that you were getting at, Councilmember Wellner.
Councilmember
And-
Theo, this is question period, so can we just have everyone ask
Oh.
questions as opposed to discussion? And Councilmember Fredericks had a question, so can we go to that?
Yeah,
please?
I had a question. I think sometimes in this conversation, we're having the public and maybe even the council is getting confused about what we're talking about with respect to the Cove site. So actually, Christina, what you're talking about with respect to it, the Cove site being in the overlay is really that little side site that has a creek setback and other requirements. You're not talking about the general Cove site.
Right, we're talking about that little site. It's over on the other side of the creek. There is a 50-foot creek setback. So when we had looked at that site, when you look at the setback and then there's a hill in the back of it, and then the access would have to come off of Tiburon Boulevard, and that would take, I mean, it's a very constrained site.
But let me make sure I understand. It's a problematic site, but I believe you said, and I'm asking to confirm, that that's the part that the owner has indicated they might be willing to look at. And even though it can't count towards lower income housing, it would count towards what we're doing here in terms of identifying not lower income housing to get to the 83. Isn't that true?
Yeah, it would count as above moderate income housing.
I mean, it could get us to basically 82 if we use the number 10.
It could. Again, if, we've used the site in the past and it hasn't been developed. So, and we've used it in more than one housing element in the past too. So, so we have to increase it by right processing, but they may also come back and say, well, how do we know that the property owner is really interested in developing this site this time around? The property owner said that they didn't mind if we kept the zoning there, but I don't think we had indication that they really wanted to do a development there.
No, I don't think so. I think it's a very difficult part of that site.
Okay.
Can I ask you some questions about SB9 calculations? And
Yes.
specifically, in our initial submission, we had 174 units from SB9. Is that correct?
No, we had 174 single family homes. So that was including, oh no,
No,
yeah.
we had
So it was
174.
174 single family homes. So some of those were SB9 units. Some of them were like the PDR or sites that had housing units assigned to them. There's about 3 or 4 that are 2-family site zoned for 2-family, and those do not qualify for SB9. So there were others in there, not just SB9 units.
But so what was the population that we sent the letters to soliciting interest?
The population were the vacant sites that are zoned for single family homes. There were 29 of them.
But so in our number, we went from how many did we reduce our? Are you saying that we're reducing our number by based on HCD's comments just from
Yes.
that population?
Yes, so for an SB9 where we were counting 4 units on those single family zoned vacant sites, we're now just counting 1 unit. So we lost 3 units for every.
So it's 3 times
SB9.
27.
I have a question on that
It was-
one document that you showed, Christine, the list of those sites.
Can you
And
show it
Gina,
again?
could you go
Yeah.
back, please?
show it?
One more. There we go.
okay, great. The ones that went, I wanted to ask this question earlier. So the ones that went from 4 to 1, we took them from 4 to 1 because the property owner did not yet respond. Is that right?
That's right.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, so is there a possibility that some of these property owners might respond before the letter is sent in?
Or could we,
And have we
call
done
them all?
everything to call them?
So these are vacant parcels. I don't have phone numbers for them. I don't have emails. I sent letters. Some, I know people got them because I received 2 interested ones and 2 parties that told me they no longer own that site. So the assessor parcel data has not been updated for a while as well.
Okay, is anyone available to like check with the assessor's office, or are you taking the data right from the assessor's office?
That's how we take it, is from Marin Maps. That's how we would get property owner.
Oh, okay.
But for our ADU allocation, we have 72 units, right?
Mhm.
And we don't have 72 affirmative owners who said we're definitely going to build an ADU. We're doing a projection based on the current run rate. Is that correct?
That's right.
So I think the difference here is that one of the things that HCD also looks at is the record of what we have done. And so we have built ADUs even before the ADU ordinance went into effect. And as a result of the ADU ordinance, we can show that we have additional permits. However, with the SB 9 units, we actually have nobody that's applied. And I have probably spoken to 2 people.
But nonetheless, it's not definitive that we have to only go with projections. The council could decide that we want to go with a projection that is greater than just the letters of interest we've received. Is that
You
correct?
can do that. I'm just, what I'm really trying to do is make sure that we are addressing HCD comments and
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
HCD
based on what
won't-
Jack is saying, I think the question could be posed in this way. HCD said you're grossly overcounting your SB 9 by counting it 4 each. And we've never seen any activity in this area before. And now we have this, and then our response could be, well, there's a new statute, and instead of counting 4 each, we'll count 2 each, which would, in other words, just be a more realistic estimate based on their skepticism, but it doesn't have to be no activity.
Yeah, and it's logically consistent with our ADU methodology, even though the initial conditions aren't the same.
But
They
they were
will not
asked,
accept that.
HCD asked for letters from property.
Well,
owners.
that's not exactly how it was presented to us. It sounded like you guys asked, should we send letters? And they said yes, but that doesn't mean that they said
it's
to
in
you,
their
you have to
letter.
use.
It's in their letter.
That's not the way I read the letter, though.
That's how I read it, that they wanted actual proof that the owner wanted to build 4 units. So.
Well, let's look at it. What is
Yeah.
this? What does the text say? Do you guys have the text, Christine or Dina?
I pull it. It was in, it was attachment exhibit 1. Here we go.
Yeah.
You find it. Well, okay, where would it have been?
On page 5.
Oh, you found it? Thank you. Oh, SB 9. There it is. Okay. If I can share my screen, I will share it. Nope, I can't share my screen. Can I?
Lee, can we adjust that?
Yes, just 1 second. I think Dina might have to stop sharing.
Dina, okay.
I stopped.
All right. So there it is, the SB 9.
Okay, why don't we have, so that we can all read it together and not in silence, maybe Christine, could you read it while we?
Oh, sure. Okay. Use of SB 9, Senate Bill 9, statutes of 2021 projections. The element is projecting development of 4 single-family homes on each qualifying vacant single-family lot in Appendix C for a total of 174 units based on the passage of SB 9 to accommodate a portion of its above moderate income RENA. To utilize projections based on SB 9 legislation, the element must support this analysis with local information such as local developer or owner interest, to utilize zoning and incentives established through SB 9 and include programs and policies that establish zoning and development standards early in the planning period and implement incentives to encourage and facilitate development at the anticipated development levels. So I think
So to me, it sounds like, I mean, because they say such as, to me, it sounds like we could, for example, say, okay, well, we'll reduce our estimate to 2 instead of 4, and we'll add these incentives, and therefore it's reasonable to estimate X.
Well,
That's the way
I think they say that they want local developer owner interest to
Yes.
utilize the zoning and incentives. I mean,
It does, it says such
I
as.
think,
Such as, yeah.
well, I think we could do that. I just think we risk not having the element
Well,
certified.
that's fine. It won't, I mean, it's not gonna, it's
Oh.
gonna have to go back and we'll talk about this later, but it's
So-
gonna have to go back and forth anyway. So
Yeah.
it seems to me that rather than going to the most extreme and dropping all of our SB 9 numbers, it makes more sense to be, they're saying be more realistic. We're
Well-
saying, okay, well,
Okay, can I ask
So-
staff a question?
So
I would
can I
like
just
to hear from
interject?
Dina and.
I want to interject for
Christine.
one moment
Yeah.
on this because I think I might have a good solution. I don't know. We'll see. The property owner at 4576 Paradise has emailed me during this meeting, which I just pulled up my email to look for the other thing, and said, perhaps you could increase my density and I could use the greater portion of my property. And I could potentially do more units at a lower density on more of the property, for instance, 9 acres at 10 units per acre, which would give you more. We could look at that. We could
Oh,
look at
that's
increasing that as a, see, I get what you're saying, Councilmember Wellner. I just really would love to not have too many red flags when we go back and instead be able to show them how we added this Paradise Drive one and we gave them a lot more. So we have somewhat diversified or moved away from just a Tiburon Boulevard emphasis.
Yep.
So
Understood.
that's another option we could look at. And
Yeah, I think that's a good option.
So, and Councilmember Thier, did you have another question? I forget.
Well, my question was just going back to that, you know, and I guess I would ask Chris, I was going to ask Dina, but she kind of answered it, but I'd like to ask Christine, just in your experience, do you think that if we went from 4 to 2 versus, well, actually, I don't have the question anymore because I think Dina's alternative is much better.
Okay.
I really do.
Okay.
Yeah.
fine.
But Councilmember Fredericks has a question.
Yeah.
And I still have my second question after she's done with
Oh,
hers.
sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
No,
go
I
ahead.
don't want to interrupt you. This is sort of a left turn on a broader subject, so stick with it, John.
Okay, well, mine's also a left turn, so I don't know, but all right, so that's all very helpful, and I know that we'll discuss it further during the discussion period. My second question is different. It goes to, now I'm sorry to do this, but if you could, Dina, if you could redisplay the slides and go to the one that's the timeline.
okay. I can most definitely try to do that.
Yeah, I think I can do it too, Dina, if you want me to
You
do it.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just not sure.
Here we go.
You got it? Okay.
Great. Oh, and it's at the timeline. Good. Okay, so here's something that is of great concern to me, and I want to propose maybe a slightly different way of doing the
Why is it doing that?
process, so that we don't have to wait until May 23rd to adopt the housing element. And I've talked this over at some length with the city attorney to make sure I understand it. But basically, while there is a grace period for compliance with the state's requirements, after June 31st, the town would be vulnerable to a builder's remedy until we adopt a housing element that is sufficient under the statute.
Wait, do you mean January or June 31st? You mean
January.
January
January
30th. I'm sorry, did I say June? I meant
said
January
June.
31st. Sorry, January 31st. Thank you all for correcting that. So That means that in slightly less than 2 weeks, the town would be in a position where if, and I have a different interpretation than some, but certainly at a minimum, if someone applied to either a residential or a mixed use parcel in Tiburon and possibly other parcels as well, they would not be subject to discretionary review by the town, but rather would have to meet certain state requirements, but could proceed with any project that meets our whatever objective standards we currently have in place. And so what this plan, the way it's set forth here, what this timeline provides, is that there will be a vulnerable period from February 1st until the end of May, where the town would essentially be at the mercy of developers who want to develop without discretionary review to build. And it's not just in the parcels that have been designated, but basically at any residential or mixed use or possibly other sites. And so that is of great concern to me, and I think it should be of great concern to everyone. There is a solution, or at least not a perfect solution, but an approach that could make this period shorter. And that is, and correct me if I'm wrong about what I understand this timeline to say, but basically what this timeline wants to do is wait until we have a certified plan from HCD and then complete the EIR and approve it. Is that correct?
So what it's saying is that if we got direction today on what to do to make up the shortfall, the environmental consultant they are working on the EIR. They're doing the sections that don't require for them to know what the housing outcome is. But they're going to take the next couple of months to do the traffic analysis and the noise and the greenhouse gas emissions and the air quality analysis.
Okay, so I guess what I'm really saying is twofold. One is I think we should, as soon as possible, adopt the housing element before it's certified by HCD. It's a process that I understand is called self-certification. And we approve our housing element, the best one, the one we think is going to pass, but we don't know. And then once we get certified by HCD, later we modify it to conform to what HCD has certified. So in other words, we don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but rather we take whatever we're going to resubmit to HCD and we go full speed ahead to approve that, so that as soon as we've approved it, we have an argument, at least in court, that we have a sufficient self-certified housing element, and therefore we're not subject to the builder's remedy. So that's the idea. And my question is, has that been considered? And if we were to take that approach, how much time could we shave off of this? Because I can't imagine waiting from June 31st all the way until from January 31st all the way until June 30th or June 1st or whatever, whenever we get around to adopting the final version, and just having the town be sitting here waiting for some builder to, and I'm not disparaging builders, but having someone take advantage of the fact that there's virtually no review in place if they were to make a proposal during that period. So I guess the question is, if we were to give you direction now, and then you were going to submit a housing element, say in the next 10 days for consideration by HCD, and we were at the same time to go full speed ahead on finishing the EIR on that housing element and approving it, how quickly could we get it done? Because I know, based on my conversations with others, and including our city attorney, that other communities have done that.
So I think I'd like the city attorney to weigh in on this, but I will just say that one of the things that we need to do is we also need to update the land use element, because we are creating new land use designations. And your general plan needs to be consistent among all of the elements. So if you just adopt the housing elements, not going to be consistent with the rest of the general plan.
Okay, but
The
these are
housing-
extraordinary times, right? I mean, we're in a situation where if we wait until the end of May, then we have 4 months where the builder's remedy is fully available to people. And
Right.
the builder's remedy sounds nice, except for the fact that it means that when people respond and they're upset about a proposal that's completely out of character with Tiburon, we're going to say, well, sorry, we didn't get our stuff done on time, and therefore they can go ahead. I just think that's a really devastating outcome.
Okay, and so then the other issue is that you would be adopting a housing element without an environmental impact report done. So you're not doing.
No, I'm asking to accelerate the environmental impact report based on what we agree to now, and rather than waiting for a certified plan and then completing the EIR.
But we're not waiting for a certified plan. They're going to move forward with the traffic analysis. It's just that they need time in order to do.
I think what council member, let me speed this up. I think what council member Wellner is asking is how quickly are you going to be in a position to finalize the EIR? Because we recognize we have to wait for the EIR, but we're not going to wait for HCD for the final approval because we can self-certify. So I think what the council member is trying to get at is looking at this timeline. Is there any way to speed up any of the components of the EIR review process and drafting process?
So the EIR is scheduled to be released on March 17th if we get direction today on how we're going to backfill those SB9 units. So I don't see a way to increase. I don't see a way to move up the EIR and get it done any faster than.
Well, usually my understanding is the way these things can work is that you don't have to actually know what your final decision is going to be. You do an analysis of highest impact possibility, and then you finish the EIR, and then if you do less, then that's fine. So in other words, you don't need to know. I mean, in fact, I don't know why we've waited this long. You don't need to know where we're going to move additional. I mean, you would have to do an addendum, I suppose, if you had already done the EIR. You'd have to do an addendum to deal with maybe the Paradise Drive location, but all of the basic facts are in place, and we would just need to finish the EIR based on a worst case scenario, and then we can have it done really quickly is the idea.
Right. So, I mean, we need a land use map. We need to know what the density is on all of these sites. That's why they couldn't just go forward and do an EIR without having that information.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be precisely done in order to be able to do an EIR. You can tweak it. The kind of adjustments that we're making now could be incorporated in the analysis of the EIR. So we don't have to keep waiting and waiting and waiting. It just feels to me like we're waiting until we know exactly what's going to happen before we complete the EIR. And I'm thinking we don't have the luxury of waiting.
Okay, so even if we were to send them tomorrow with this, do it now, it's going to take 2 months and to get the EIR completed.
Okay,
because we have to do a traffic analysis and a greenhouse gas emissions analysis and a noise analysis, and there's sub-consultants that they work with, and everybody wants to get their EIRs done right now. I mean, you're not the only jurisdiction in this position.
Okay, well, I just think, I think that if the council had been presented with an understanding that we were going to be vulnerable to the builder's remedy for 5 months, I certainly would have emphasized that we should proceed with an EIR earlier based on worst case scenario and then modify it afterwards, rather than it sounds like what you're saying is basically we're starting now.
No, they have been working on it. They're working on the chapters that don't require the housing numbers. I think Bob Brown has a comment to make.
Thanks. I just wanted to add a couple thoughts regarding the risks you'd be dealing with in terms of the builder's remedy.
Okay,
And-
and we just need to be, I just want to say, I'm sorry to interrupt. We need to be a little careful about spelling out legal risks in extreme detail because we don't want to provide roadmaps for problems, but please go ahead. We've opened the door, but.
Okay, I don't think this is going to put anybody in jeopardy, but the builder's remedy is scary because it allows a builder to not comply with your current zoning and general plan. But it does still have to comply with CEQA. And they would also have to submit an entirely detailed application, including, detailed building permit plans that they could get a building permit issued for. So that's not something you come up with in a month or two. That's a process for a builder and expensive. But again, in terms of CEQA, they would be, let's say, proposing a project that if it doesn't comply with current zoning and general plan, has never been through a CEQA review at that density and intensity. And so that in and of itself is not a quick process. So again, for a few months, I think it's probably unlikely that a builder could put something together quickly enough and accomplish CEQA in order to utilize this within the timeframes you're talking about. So that's all I wanted to pose.
Okay, so that leads to a follow-up question for the town attorney, and that is, if somebody submits an application pursuant to the builder's remedy, they don't have to complete CEQA in order for that to take effect, do they? They just have to submit their preliminary application, and then we're stuck with whatever they've proposed, even if we afterwards approve a housing element.
They have to submit a preliminary application under SB 330. There's certain requirements for that application. HCD has a form that shows the information that's required. As Bob says, it does take some work to develop that application, but once that application is complete, it vests the builder's remedy
On that date.
on that date.
So what would happen is, presumably, if I were a smart developer, I would say, all right, these guys have told me that they're not going to be completing or approving the housing element until May. I can spend a month working hard on a preliminary application, submit it. It's going to be found maybe incomplete, and then I can scramble to get it to be complete. But actually, now that I think about it, Ben, I don't think preliminary applications have a completeness determination, do they?
No.
Okay, so they submit a preliminary application and they finish their EIR and get the application complete 6 months later. We've already adopted the housing element, but their project stands based on the day that they submitted the preliminary application. I just think this is cold comfort to say, well, they probably won't do it. I mean, we're sitting here in a kind of a different position. We're sitting as council members responsible to the residents of the town, trying to protect them from kind of wildly inappropriate development. And we don't have the tools to do it because an EIR is not going to be ready until May. Anyway, that was my question. We'll talk about it more in discussion, I suppose. But this is a really scary problem.
Yeah, agreed. Councilmember Fredericks, did you want to ask your question now?
Thank you. Yes, I was going to take the same left turn, but without the spectacular analysis that John took, and ask a very practical question of really, given the difficulty getting property owners to agree to rezone for various possible projects, SP9 splits, certain parking lots, blah, blah, blah. What is the real risk that a builder would come along and take advantage of the builder's remedy, just as a practical rather than a legal theoretical matter? Yeah, I don't know either.
I will say I've seen it happen in Redondo Beach. Where they're not.
Well, that's where the revolution is, right?
Yeah.
But does anyone know what was different in Redondo Beach or Santa Monica where it has happened than is here, such that it, like, what made them so specifically desirable to do those projects in? Does anyone know?
I'd be happy to give you my thoughts on that. I mean, I think one thing that's different down south from Tiburon is the sites are bigger, and the communities were farther behind, and a developer has to take a calculated risk of whether he wants to fight and go, get his entitlements to the builder's remedy, or wait for the town to finish its process. So there's a whole story behind Redondo Beach that we don't need to go into. But I think as far as the risks for Tiburon, remember, it has to be 20% affordable housing or 100% of moderate income housing. So it's not, it has to meet that criteria in order to be eligible for the builder's remedy. And there, I think the sites in Tiburon are challenged by that, and the bigger sites, haven't been discussing about redevelopment in the near future. So I think that's information that you should all feel some comfort towards. But again, I understand Councilmember Wellner's concerns.
Yeah,
There's a good point about the land being cheaper, though. That's a good call. Do we have any other questions for staff or for the consultants?
I have a question.
Okay.
Mayor Ryan.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, so I wanted to go back to the ADU incentives. You asked us two different questions for this item. One was to look at the letter and provide, comments on the response back. And also you asked us to look at what ADU incentives we could provide for ADU developments. So I did want to go back to this list on the ADU standards and ask staff the question, either Christine or Dina, is there anything on this list that you would recommend where we could provide an incentive? Yeah, the only thing I'm looking at is some of the parking requirements. I don't know, there are many neighborhoods with a lot of parking in Tiburon. There's some that do not have a lot of parking, but maybe that's somewhere where there could be an incentive. And what other types of
I think one of the
incentives?
easiest ones, and it might be a little bit of a, I think a fee reduction is always, where people believe it increases some incentive. I mean, it's not very expensive, so I'm not sure it would really bring more people in because it's only $5.95. And the way I've evaluated that is normally the planning side of the community development would spend a lot more time on these types of developments. We don't have to do as much work because it doesn't go to hearing. And so a lot of the work is done through the building department and review of those plans once it's deemed complete with respect to development standards. So that might be one thing to do. I also think that having somebody who would actually walk somebody through the process, is something that I think HCD would respond very well to. And, we already do that, but we could kind of expand that role a little bit and have more connection to not advertising, but, use our social media, use our website, use all the things we've started to use that we didn't use before to kind of get out there. So I think those are incentives. I don't know that you would necessarily want to go ahead and change the standards here because I think that they're pretty across the board throughout many jurisdictions. Those aren't very different. So I think, that would be where I would start. I think the square footage of 1,000 is reasonable. 850 for the one bedroom. So I don't look at the size as anything that anybody has come and complained about. I haven't complained about the fee either, but I think that might be something that HCD would look at favorably. And we've currently done 9, so it's not a huge hit. So I think that's where I would start.
Did you say earlier that we had or had not been popularizing the ADU Marin website already?
We had not, and we hadn't put ourselves on there because we hadn't completed our ordinance. So that's my job to get that on to ADU Marin. We've been very active working with them on that website, but we were waiting till we got adopted and then it didn't get updated to it. So that's an easy one as well. So there's some easy hits, a handout, an assistant, somebody who's dedicated to that when somebody calls for an ADU, it goes directly to a staff member or myself or whomever. And, I always think that when you show a fee reduction, it shows some incentive. I don't believe that the fee is a deterrent to the development, but it is something you could consider doing.
It's very visible. You can just do
Okay.
it. We can just waive the fee.
And I don't think we're not having huge numbers. So I don't think it's like, I'm sure that the town manager is not liking me right now, but because I'm talking about loss of revenue, but I think in this instance, with 9 that are constructed now, and I think I had like 15 that are in, so another 6 that are in process. It's not a huge hit, but it is something to show them. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, it did. Thank you so much.
And do we have any other questions?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead.
It's on the same vein. What is the time from application to staff review and approval? Is that something that needs to be changed, or is it pretty reasonable? No one's complained.
It's reasonable, we have to get it through in a much faster way than we do anything else. So nobody's complained about time on.
Okay.
With respect to this, we streamline those.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I had one quick one.
Okay.
Dina, going back to the projection on how many ADUs we could build, it was kind of Mayor Ryan's question, but I did want to check on how we actually calculated that number. The projections we're using now.
We just extrapolated from what we kind of what's been going on,
Okay.
and looking at sort of the change that we've seen, and it's no math. There's no real math to it, Mayor Ryan, but there's looking at it and extrapolating it for the 8 years, and I think it was reasonable considering how we've been looking at the trends.
And
Okay,
HCD is fine with your ADU estimate, but they're not fine with the SB 9 estimate.
That's correct, because we have no history with SB 9, but we have history with ADUs. That's what I think led to that.
So we did look at, the production of ADUs over the past, I think it's 3 or 4 years. It's in the housing element. I just can't remember exactly what it was, but we spell out how we came up with the projection.
Right.
And then because the town has actually been increasing, in the last year, getting 9 units. So we did make an argument that we actually could do a little bit more than what the past production guideline would suggest. And that's why they've come back and they said, well, what are your incentives? They want additional incentives to qualify those.
To qualify those numbers.
Yeah.
Understood.
I think those are simple ones, though.
And did they ask for incentives related to SB 9?
They did. Yeah,
As well as for ADUs?
they
Right.
did. Yeah. So SB 9 unit, if we're going to count those, we're only counting 2. But they could be, there's a limit to 800 square feet for those. That could be increased to 1,000 square feet, for example. That would be something.
Okay.
So once we provide the incentives, could we increase the number of ADUs?
I don't think we're going to be able to increase the number unless we have a letter from the property owner saying that they're interested. I'm also doing the housing element for Corte Madera. We only counted applications, which they accepted. I just,
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we'll get anything.
Councilmember Fredericks, you look like you're going to ask a question.
Yeah, I am. I'm revving up here. So when someone actually applies for a permit to build an ADU, it doesn't really require them to follow through, does it? But for the fact they paid fees.
That's correct.
So when you reduce the fees, you reduce a tiny part of the incentive to actually build, which may come back to bite us in the next cycle. Question mark.
Is that a question? I think what I was trying to do is figure out what are some of the easy things we could do.
I mean, they suggest fee waivers.
Yeah,
Right?
Yeah,
So,
right. They do suggest fee waivers, and so I thought that was an easy one to do, considering it's not a huge ticket item that and a huge amount that we're going to lose and a huge amount of money that's expended to do these because the staff time is not as great. So I thought that was an easy one to, like, a low hanging fruit, so to speak. Whereas
Yes.
looking at what?
But there is this tension between getting a buy-in by having an investment in the application and reducing the fees to provide an incentive.
There is. I mean, there's a lot of people who apply for things and never follow through too.
Yeah.
So that pay a lot more money. So I'm not sure that it's, I just think it shows them some good effort and an easy way to do it. I'm not sure it's going to bring thousands to my front counter. But I do think that it shows HCD that we read it, that we thought about it. Yes, we could do that. And that might provide an incentive for someone who kind of on the fence. I don't know that it will, but
if HCD wants it, they get it. Yeah.
Councilmember Thier, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going back to the 4576 parcel, 4576, I believe it is Paradise. So my question is for Christine and for Dina. If we were to do what Dina reported that the property owner was willing to do, would that make up for the decrease in the SB 9 units? And could you remind me how many units that was? It was 90.
83.
It was 83 units is the shortfall. It's a 9.1, I think, acre parcel. So if it was 9 units an acre, that would be 90 units. We've already
he was thinking about
counted.
10 units an acre is what he was.
Oh, 10 units. Okay, so that would be 100. So that would be, so 10 units an acre would be 90 units, right? And we've already counted 7 units at 1 unit per acre. So we'd have to deduct that 7. So that would get us to the 83 units. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So if there are no other questions, we will move to public comment, but can we take a 7-minute bio break before we go to public comment? Is anyone okay with that?
7 minutes,
7 minutes.
exactly. Okay, Mayor Ryan,
So
7
see you back
minutes.
at 7:06. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Let's see. Alice on my screen. Is she gonna? Did she log out? Her ball and went home.
Maybe she logged out.
Yeah. Send her an email. Oh, there she. Great. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for letting me do that. Appreciate it. So just reconfirming, anybody have any more questions before we take public comment? I know we had quite a bit of public comment coming via email, which I appreciate very much.
Okay. One short one.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, so just to clarify, does the increased offer from the Paradise Drive site owner, is that enough capacity to foreclose 4 stories on the downtown sites?
So I believe so. Because what you'd end up with, there's currently 2 houses there. So we say it was 2, I think, yeah. There's 2 houses there. So if it's 10 units to acre, they have 9 units, it's 90 minus the 2, you have 88. Yeah. You would be able to.
Minus the 7 that we.
Oh,
already
minus the
had.
7 from the one before. So it'd be 83. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
I
would
just
be
make
able
it.
to. It would make it. I think
Thank
it's defensible as well.
I do too.
Okay. Very helpful. Thank you. So now could we go to public comment? Lee, do we have anyone in the queue?
Yes, we'll start with Doreen Curtis.
Okay, and just a reminder to the public, please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, Doreen, yeah, welcome.
Okay, hi. Thank you all for listening to me. I'd sent some comments in advance, and I think a lot of you, if not all of you, read them, and I thank you for that. I am still confused about a few things, and I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I know that the staff has said that the shortfall of above medium income is 92 units. And so it certainly sounds like with the new information from the annex property, that would take care of that. But I continue to be confused because when I read the table 10 in the site 3.0 inventory, it expressly says, and so did the state, the HCD say that 174 units were being attributed to SB 9 units. So when I finish speaking, I would really appreciate it if someone could explain a little more, because I'm sorry, but I missed it. Are we certain that we're only making up 92 units? Because I hear them saying, how do you justify 174 SB 9 units? I did suggest in my comments a number of ways that I felt we could achieve that, between looking at the Appendix C single units and saying, okay, you don't have to subdivide, just develop each unit. Let's assume a reasonable percentage of those are subdivided. And let's also look at non-vacant, large, above moderate income units where senior citizens will sell to move downtown and then subdivide. So, and also look at some increased standards and incentives, which I believe, and I agree with Councilman Wellner, I don't think that the state is asking for letters of proof. This is a brand new thing. They're not asking for only letters of proof. They're asking for any sensible, reasonable explanation and justification. So anyway, I would like more on that. My second thing, because I'm probably running out of time, is nobody has discussed yet on this meeting the new commercial, or if they have, I've missed it and I apologize, the new commercial bonus floor. And I think it is a serious mistake to offer that for the downtown units. I would like to very much understand better what circumstances would allow them to require some commercial space in those downtown units 1 through 9, excluding Reed School, and why, if they can't require it. And if they can't, I strongly urge you to not add another floor bonus for commercial space. I think there should be other incentives, meeting with the owners for them to understand the importance of it, but adding yet another floor to what is now becoming potentially 4, 5, or 6 floors is unacceptable. And I can't see the time limit, so I apologize, but I thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. Appreciate it. And we'll get the questions answered at the end of public comment, okay? So, can we have the next speaker, Lee?
Next is Deirdre.
Great, thanks.
Oh, hi. I have a question, and maybe it's easy to get answered. I was wondering how AB 2221 and SB 897 affect the town's ADU ordinance, and if it does have a negative impact, how will that affect your ability to count ADU units?
Okay, I will have staff answer that at the end of public comment. Thanks for asking that.
Next is Randy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, hi. 2 points. One is this idea of radically rezoning some of the properties that have been on your list, such as the one on Paradise Drive. That may be necessary, but it is shocking. The idea of having 90 units on a 9-acre parcel on Paradise Drive was not anticipated. And should you decide to do that, I mean, you're going to have to make some hard decisions. The neighbors ought to have a right to weigh in on this before you move forward with it. And I don't see another public hearing with an opportunity to do that. It was unexpected. I did not expect to hear that tonight. And the other comment is the builder's remedy. I share Councilman Wellner's concerns about this. It's I listened to a planning commission hearing at the county working on this same issue in the last couple of weeks, and Riley Hurd, who for all I know is listening in on this one, said that he had a couple of clients who are considering using that. And I'm sure he's not the only one who has clients considering using that. And we should be concerned, and anything that we can do to shorten that time frame is something we should do. And thirdly, I just really appreciate you're working on this. And you've been given an impossible task and a distasteful task with unreasonable timelines to do the proper job. And bad decisions are going to be made. It's inevitable. But I appreciate the care that you're taking with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next is Julie Jacobs.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Julie, welcome. Yes.
Thank you. And thank you all for the time and attention you have given to this. I think there's general agreement that we need more affordable housing in Tiburon. And I also looked at the agenda for the meeting today and saw that it was so fitting that this meeting to discuss revisions to the draft housing element and possibly adding even more density and stories to high density housing slated for downtown would fall during Risk Reduction Awareness Week. Fire risk and urban wildland interface are discussed in the Risk Reduction Awareness Declaration. Where is the discussion of choke points for emergency evacuations due to wildfires? Where's the discussion of emergency vehicle access on our one-lane road in and out of downtown? Where is the consideration of all new zoning for high-density housing downtown being placed within a newly designated tsunami hazard and evacuation zone since the submission of our housing element plan? And what about the plan to locate and add to new high-density housing in a liquefaction zone subject to massive shaking hazard and catastrophic collapse in a major earthquake? Why does adding stories make sense in this case, downtown? Now, while we are still in the planning stage, let's take these risks to life and property seriously and spread high-density housing throughout Tiburon as directed by HCD and the housing law. Let's act on our commitment to risk awareness and disaster prevention. Please walk the talk by welcoming new residents of Tiburon with safety as our top priority. And also, I commend former Mayor Wellner for the comments on avoiding the builder's remedy. I spent years as a young associate in a large law firm, and we burned the midnight oil to get projects done to meet the needs of our clients. And here, the town is your client, and we need this to get done so that we can avoid these serious consequences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Appreciate it.
Next is Kay Silverfield.
Okay, thank you.
Unmute. Okay. Hello?
Hey, Kathy.
Okay.
Excuse me, before you start, there's a lot of feedback going on. Do you have two lines open to us?
Yes, I'm okay. I should be okay now. Can you hear me okay?
Much better. Thank you so much.
Okay. I tell you, I'm totally confused at this point. But I wanted to speak about maximum building heights or get more clarification. And we've gotten some now. But from previous discussions, we had understood that maximum heights for buildings in downtown Tiburon would be 3 stories. And there is a new table in the housing element.
Shit, I just did it and I can't believe it. I'm so.
Hello?
I was trying to turn it up. Oh,
We're here.
Okay.
I'm sorry, you're there.
Okay. Anyway, I found one spot in the housing element plan that discussed building heights, especially for the mixed use and Main Street and Village areas. And that is a new table. Table 17, proposed zoning standards for mixed use and Main Street districts in Chapter 4, housing constraints. And this table discusses zoning standards for, again, mixed use Main Street and Village sites. And in the table, there is one line in there that says maximum building height is 3 stories up to 45 feet. And the one thing I was wondering is where the 45 feet came from. I found one general reference by doing a Google. Am I off?
I don't know, ask them.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we're good.
Oh, okay. One general reference site via Google that says mixed use buildings are usually around 35 feet, with each floor being about 11.5 feet. So this makes the 45 feet closer to a 4-story building. So again, I was wondering how the 45 feet was derived. This table also has one entry that says maximum height with commercial frontage building bonus is 4 stories up to 55 feet. Again, I'm wondering how the 55 feet was derived. Again, this would be closer to a 5-story building. At the previous housing element meeting, I don't know, a month or 2 ago, I know there was some discussion about commercial space you could not require commercial space, and talk about adding an extra floor, a bonus floor as incentive to the developers. But I don't recall that suggestion was approved, and yet it shows up in this table.
Kathy, we've reached 3 minutes. Can you wrap up, please?
Oh, okay. Anyway, I was talking about that, but I wanted to understand clearly with the density bonus, which has been discussed, and the commercial floor bonus, are we talking about potentially a building becoming 4, 5 stories, or maybe even 6 stories if you talk about the proposal to add density and to up the number of floors in the corner of Tiburon Boulevard and Beach?
Okay,
And
I'll have staff talk about that. Thank you.
Yeah, and also I was wondering if these rules were going to apply to other non-housing element sites, such as
So
would
Kathy,
Main Street.
your 3 minutes is up, Kathy. Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay.
Lee, do we have anybody else in the queue who wants to speak?
I am seeing, yes, Peter Yoles.
Great, thank you.
Hello, I just want to make sure this is public comment period.
That's it. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yes, great. Thanks. My name's Peter Yawlis. I'm actually a resident of Belvedere. I submitted written comments to promote and advocate for passing the 3 REACH codes related to building
Sorry,
electrification.
Peter, the public comment for that item is later. We're on action item 3. So
Got
yeah,
it. Sorry
so you
about
can come back later. And apologize for the long meeting. We have a lot to cover tonight.
Next will be Susan Malott.
Thank you. And so again, this is public comment on action item 3 regarding the housing element, the HCU response.
Hi, this is Jim Malott. I'm using my wife's computer.
Hey, Jim.
I still have a problem with our selection of locations, not including some housing locations farther out near the freeway. And it's occurred to me after looking at this for several months that there are 2 really fine possible housing zones. One is the Tiburon Baptist Church. It's a 1/4 mile long parcel there that goes along the freeway, or what amounts to a freeway for that 1/4 mile. And we ought to be thinking a little bigger. One would be to underground that portion of Tiburon Boulevard and actually build over the top of it back into that hill on the other side of the freeway. And the second is to look at Red Hill Circle. The base of it on 2 sides is unused, and terraced housing could be built up there fairly directly, fairly easily. Both of them would get away from the location of all in the downtown. Now, I know I'm past the point at which this can be part of our decision, but I do think Tiburon ought to start thinking more carefully, longer ahead, and more creatively about where to put the housing that we're proposing to put. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Do we see anybody else, Lee?
I am seeing no additional comments this time.
Okay, thanks. So I'll close the public comment period, and I will, in bringing it back to council for discussion, I was wondering if we can get staff on to answer a few of those questions that the public raised. I'd love to hear about, are we sure about the shortfall? Does the legislation have anything impact on our projections for ADUs? And where does the 45 feet come from? Do you have any answers to those by any chance?
Yes, so, and there were some other issues that came up too, about the 174 units that were SB 9 units and referenced by HCD. HCD actually made a mistake. There aren't 174. And I think we talked about exactly how that was done in the presentation. The 4th floor bonus also we talked about in the presentation, but just to reiterate, it's just 2 parcels that are on the corner of Beach Road. It's not all of the parcels that was being proposed. All of those standards that are in that table, the design development standards, are taken from the objective development and design standards that the council has not seen yet. We can always go back and revise those. The important thing is that those standards are just that they facilitate the number of units that we are saying we're going to realistically get on each site. So those are, they're not set in stone at this point. The 45 feet comes from, I got a text here from Bob. It allows 15 foot for ground floor retail, or also ground floor parking garage with stackers. So that's why it's higher than the regular 10 to 11 feet. And also there's measures that encourage a sloping roof, because the design review board was really firm in not wanting flat roofs. So if in order to get a sloping roof, you have to increase the height. So again, that 45 feet, perhaps it could be reduced a few feet, but I think that's something that would be really discussed when the odds comes to the council in, I think it's the beginning of February is that when that is going to happen. Deirdre had a couple of questions about the new legislation. I had an email.
I apologize. I'm ignorant of that. I don't know what she was asking about, but.
Oh, and I didn't catch the SB one, the SB, whatever that was.
221, SB 221 is the new.
Okay.
Well, that was AB and then SB.
I mean, AB, excuse me, AB 221.
SB 897.
Yeah, I'm
happy to answer that one. I can answer that.
Yeah.
The legislators enacted those laws effective January 1st, and we have an ADU ordinance that is approved by HCD that has been on the books when HCD did this first legislation in 2017. Our ordinance complies with the requirements of 2017. We have to now amend our ordinance, and that's coming to you likely in early spring to account for some new provisions under the ADU laws, but it does not make our existing ordinance null and void.
And nor does it seem to want to portend a change in how we need to project ADU construction.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
And would it change anything with our incentives that we'd be proposing now, Ben?
No.
Okay.
Thanks. Okay. Thank you very much. So, council members, who would like to begin the discussion? Councilmember Wellner, please.
Thanks. So I have some specific comments in response to the questions that were teed up by staff. But before I do that, I want to start off with a proposal for the council to think about. I don't think I'm certainly not going to be prepared to approve finalizing the housing element for submission to HCD, subject to further modification by staff and then not coming back to council. So my view is, for 3 separate reasons, I think we should schedule a special meeting next week. The first reason would be to have whatever we recommend tonight be put into the red line and into the report so that we can review it and see it before it goes in. Because I think that there's a lot of there are a lot of areas that we're not going to be able to fully lock down tonight in terms of what we advise staff. And so I'd like us to make sure that we approve of it before it gets resubmitted. And the reason for doing it there are 2 reasons for doing it next week. One is because we need to do this as quickly as possible. But the second is that, as was mentioned by Christine, we have, I understand, a resolution describing our objective standards that will be given to us to approve. The purpose of that resolution, which is something that we started working on at the end of last year, is one of the ways to blunt the impact of the builder's remedy is to have objective standards in place. This resolution clarifies what our objective standards are that are currently in place and makes it clear that any proposed development, even if it's being proposed under the builder's remedy, is subject to those objective standards. The problem, we were going to look at that. Our plan was to look at it tonight. I understand the agenda is so packed, it makes sense that we kicked it over. But I don't think we can wait until February 1, even though that's just a day after the deadline, to approve that resolution. So I think that at this special meeting that I'm proposing that we do next week, we not only look at this material, but we look at the objective standard resolution that's been prepared for us and approve it prior to the end of the deadline on January 31st, so that it's very clear that even if we get a pre-application for a development under the builder's remedy on February 1, that we've already passed that resolution before that occurs. And then the third reason for the special meeting would be, I think what I'd like to see is a report back from staff about how much time they can squeeze out of the current timeline based on approving a housing element pre-certification, and how quickly, if they press our consultants and sub-consultants, how quickly we can actually get an EIR done so that we can approve a housing element and stop the kind of open vulnerable period that we're going to be entering into. So the first thing that I would suggest then is that we consider doing this, scheduling a follow-up meeting next week. My second comment has to do with the SB9 numbers changing and the issue of density. I'm eager to hear what the other council members say, but it seemed to me that there was an emerging consensus that we should ask the Paradise Drive parcel to take them up on their offer and make up the shortfall that way. I also do, however, feel pretty strongly that, again, prior to meeting again next week, we ask staff to prepare an alternative analysis of SB9. I just think that taking the worst case scenario and literally picking only suggesting that we would have SB9 parcels based on actual affirmative letters from current owners is too extreme of a position. My view would be that we should propose some incentives, including increasing the square footage to 1,000 square feet to match our ADU percentage, perhaps waiving fees, doing whatever else, and then estimating that 25% of the possible units would be actually built. To me, something along those lines would be reasonable, and I think it would be useful for us to send something back to HCD with two different approaches of meeting the numbers. One is through this Paradise Drive proposal, and then on top of that, some SB9 numbers, because I think it's too dramatic to entirely give up on any benefit from those numbers. I think SB9 is going to be utilized by people. Then the last item that I have has to do with the issue that was raised by a number of the speakers with regard to the 4th story bonus for commercial properties. I understand the thinking there because people were concerned about the loss of commercial properties. I absolutely think we should not adopt such a bonus. I don't think we should invite fourth stories. I think two things. One is, I think a developer will recognize that having retail on the ground floor is probably a good investment. But secondly, I also think that our town attorney can weigh in if I'm wrong, but I also think that we could, if the town wanted to, on a case-by-case basis, we could probably consider a variance to let someone, in other words, we could provide this kind of bonus on a fact-specific basis rather than have a blanket advance incentive for those sites that would actually draw people who want a 4th story. So I don't think that is something that we should consider. And I believe those are my comments, at least initially. Thanks.
Thanks. So we will definitely circle back to the special meeting idea, and thank you for bringing that up. But can I hear from other council members on their thoughts? Or do we want, Councilmember Thier, go ahead if you want.
Okay, I'll go next. So I'll start with the last point that Councilmember Wellner made. I too agree that the 4th story bonus is not something that this town should do. I think it was a creative idea by our staff, but I do think it sets a precedence for 4-story buildings in the town. And I too am concerned about the builder's remedy. If there is any way that we could speed up the process, I would be in favor of that. I think it's a very slippery slope when there's projects that could become entitled in that time frame. I think also taking advantage of the 4576 Paradise Drive is very important. I think that will help make up for the shortfall. When we're looking at the ADUs, I think that the incentives are really important to provide. I think also there's an issue of being very responsive to HCD to try to get our housing elements certified, because if this element is not certified, then developers will have free reign to basically build as they wish. And I do think that the suggestions of getting us on ADU Marin, also providing incentives as to fees for ADU development, and also publicizing. I think there's a lot of neighbors and people in the community that don't really understand the JADUs and the ADUs, and I think people might want to build more. I do think that I would want to see our comments go back to our staff, so then the staff could provide us with kind of the final letter back. And so however that works into, if the council decides to do a special meeting or not, I don't know. But if we were to do one, I think it is important that we give our comments tonight to staff, let them incorporate them into another letter, and then come back at whatever future point to the council. I think those are my comments for right now. But I also, the previous comments that were made during discussion about trying to change from 30 to 31, those are also the comments that I'll incorporate as well into what I'm saying right now. And I think the staff already has those comments. So that's what I want to say right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Fredericks. You're on mute, actually.
I agree with what's been said. I'd like to incorporate it, and I especially agree with the special meeting. I think now that we're more focused on what the priorities are, it'll be a productive meeting. I, too, am, despite my question about the realities of builder's remedy, very concerned about it. I hope the public, as they listen to what we address, realize that it really is a threat. And it undermines what we are trying to do to protect the community while we provide housing. So I support everything John has said, and that's the end of my comment.
Thank you. Actually, Vice Mayor Griffin, before I call on you, can I circle back to Councilmember Thier? So when you were talking about adjusting the ranges, are you suggesting that like for, because it all has to come down to math in terms of number of units, do you want staff to come back to the next meeting and sort of with a menu of how those range, so those minimum densities change affect our numbers? Is that what you were asking?
Well, I think so. I mean, but that all of those
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
all of those comments were before the 4576 Paradise Drive.
Right, exactly. So we may not need them.
I don't know that we need them now, and that's something that we'll have to decide all together. We may not need that right now.
Yeah, but it'd be good to see. Okay.
And I think we don't want to risk going over 3 units in those areas. So that's
3 stories. Yeah.
For me, three stories. Thank you.
Stories, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Did you want to say something, Vice Mayor Griffin? Or do you want me to fire?
I just want to say that I agree with both John Wallner and Holly and Alice with respect to the threat the builder's remedy imposes. I think the discussion has been very comprehensive and exhaustive, both on the part of the town council and also the citizenry in understanding what the issues are that we have to deal with and how significant and important they are. I'm very much concerned about the need for moderate income housing and also fair housing. And we touched upon that, the ADUs, and I'm just very grateful that the citizenry is willing to step forward as the owner of 4576 Paradise Drive has come forward with a possible solution to some of our issues. That really speaks to the concerns and the willingness of the citizenry to step forward with feasible solutions, which I'm very impressed with. So I do have a standing meeting on Wednesdays. I haven't made much of a contribution here today, but the fourth Wednesday is just because of my schedule here. But this is more important, and as long as I can make that meeting by Zoom, I will definitely be here next Wednesday. And I think it's a great idea that we don't give up some oversight as to what's going on and make suggestions to staff so they can come back between now and then and we can get some productive work done. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And so as part of the interim between now and whatever we can decide on for a special meeting, I mean, maybe I'm just like the crow who's enamored with the shiny bottle cap, but I love the idea also of self-certifying, and I'd love to explore that more between now and then, because to the extent that that can provide us some protection, and I know other municipalities are doing it, I think that if we can avail ourselves of that tool, that might be very powerful. Generally speaking, I agree with what everyone has said. I want to throw out 3 specific things with respect to ADU incentives that I think we should ask of staff to incorporate. One is to sort of ramp up a marketing campaign, so to speak, or a publicity campaign around publicizing the possibilities of developing ADUs, social media, and it's consistent with what Dina said. I also love the idea of designating an ADU specialist. And then the fee thing, I could see reducing it, but I don't see that as being a huge thing, but I would definitely support that. And I got to say, with respect to the SB9 stuff, again, as I read the HCD comment letter, even though the language isn't exactly the same, it seemed like the spirit of both comment 11 and comment 29, which is the ADU comment and the SB9 comment, were very similar. And so what I think HCD might appreciate is us being consistent between those two. And so we should also consider publicizing or SB9 opportunities. We should consider designating an SB9 specialist. It could be the same as the ADU specialist, but designating an SB9 specialist. And I think we should go straight ahead with doing some sort of extrapolation or projection of SB9 units that's above the actual letter. And again, it doesn't have to be aggressive, and it could be 25% of the difference between what our max projection was and 8 or whatever. But I think that would be sensible in addition to going forward with everything else at the same time. And just because I can't help myself, I'm going to say one very unpopular thing. I will say that I would have supported a commercial development bonus on the boardwalk property, only because it terrifies me to think that we would put 600 units in one place and have no grocery store, and that all those cars would then be driving to Nugget. That would, I mean, the idea of preserving services for the people who live down there, and I realize that naturally the services will want to be there because there are so many people there. So I think that the risk is low that they would go away, but nonetheless, like, I would have considered that. I'm not going to fight it. Obviously, there's consensus among the other 4 of you to preclude it, and that's fine. But I figured I'd say it just so people could be mad at me about something. Does anyone else want to circle back with any feedback on what other people have said?
Yeah,
Clear, please.
Yeah. So our charge is to approve by minute order direction to staff on any needed revisions of the draft housing element prior to resubmission to HCD.
Yeah,
So
we moved away from that, I think.
And I feel like,
yeah, I think we did, but I think I want to make sure that staff has enough direction on the comments we've made with respect to the letter so that they can come back to us with with a final draft.
And Ben, do you have anything you want to say on that subject since you popped up, or no?
I was just going to say, I think what staff would appreciate and what I would appreciate is to make sure we're clear on what date we're talking about for the special meeting. As staff has said, time is of the essence. So we want to make sure we have that and we can continue that.
I assume you were talking next Wednesday?
Yeah.
John, was that it?
No.
And actually that's available because the planning commission meeting has now been canceled due to we have to do some additional work on something. So we could do it on the 25th. There's no other meeting that night.
Yeah, I mean,
I could do it at 4 that night. There is another meeting.
4 is
later.
okay. I can do 4.
Yeah, it conflicts with MCCMC, but
Yeah,
most of you don't go
does.
to it anyway.
So 4.
Holly does.
My Buck Family Fund board meeting starts at 3, so I guess get there for an hour and then come in at 4.
I thought it was I thought MCCMC was virtual this month. No,
actually, that one's in. Are you talking about the Buck Family?
No, 4. I think that would work.
4 is okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or I have
That's
a
tough for
really
you.
yeah, I could do 5, but 4 is I have a really important meeting at 4.
How about after MCCMC? How about 6?
I can't do that. So why don't
We could do it earlier during the
Or-
day.
Okay, how about
If I could just interject,
1 o'clock?
it is a special, I just want to remind council members that it's a special meeting, so the agenda material doesn't need to be posted. The minimum is 24 hours in advance. And I just want to be clear, it's going to be difficult to post it much earlier than that. There's a fair amount of work to do. So I just want to make sure everybody understands, we won't be posting this agenda tomorrow or Friday. Any material that we post will likely be posted on Tuesday. You could look at another day, Thursday, Friday, that would give.
we can't. Yeah, that doesn't work. John, what time on Wednesday is good for you if it's earlier?
Well, if we're doing it by video conference, you know, I'm fairly flexible. We could do it at noon or anytime up until 4.
Let's just, what about noon? Does noon work for people?
Let me see.
Fine with me.
See. Actually, I have a Bay Wave Executive Committee meeting steering
Okay.
meeting at
1 o'clock?
it's 1:30 to 3.
So noon will work.
Good noon.
We'll be done in an hour and a half.
She says optimistically.
I know we will be. Yeah.
I feel confident that we can do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean, we've made a lot of progress tonight. I think it'll be. But we have to keep in mind that there's an additional item that we would be looking at. One, we would be resolving the response to HCD, and 2, we would be reviewing the resolution on objective standards. I don't know, I haven't seen it. I doubt it'll be controversial, but it's something that we should also recognize we're going to have to do.
So let me be clear on this. You want the resolution on the 25th as well?
Yes, absolutely, because we need to do it before the 1st.
And this is new.
I mean, this is something that was, I believe, being prepared for the 1st, but it's something.
It
and
is
something,
being prepared for the 1st, so there is a, yeah.
and it's something that we originally talked about doing on the 18th, but then was moved because of this meeting being so long.
And the planning commission meeting just got postponed, so.
Okay, so we're still at noon on the 25th.
Yes. Okay.
You're mulling it over, do you know?
Well, I'm mulling it over because I'm not sure that I can, well.
Well, I think if the objective design standards weren't ready that day, we could schedule a follow-up meeting the next week before.
Well, it is scheduled for the 1st of February, but I think John is worried that
Yes.
31st is sort of that deadline, and so I understand his concern. I'm just not, I just.
There are simply too many published cases out there that say the deadline was midnight and they filed. They did it a day late. I just would not want to leave the town vulnerable for a pre-application coming in the morning on the 1st before we have a chance to meet.
Maybe we should just close City Hall that day or something. That would work. No, I'm joking. Sort of joking. Okay.
Well, yeah, let's schedule it, and then if you advise us that it can't be ready then we'll take evasive action at that point.
Well, we could schedule another meeting before.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so are we?
Is that reasonable? Everybody happy with that?
Does it matter if it isn't really? The whole process is so fraught.
Yeah. I hear, yeah, no, I hear you. And thank you, everybody, for all your patience and diligence, because this is.
That's a better F word, Alice.
And what is that?
So can we move on to action item 4? Is that something we can do? Okay, so that is the shared services agreement that we're going to consider approval of a shared service agreement with Mill Valley for a sustainability coordinator that we might share. Could I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and I'll keep it very brief. The staff report lays out the proposal, but I'll just remind council that back in September of 2022, you adopted a climate action plan, or an updated climate action plan, with a very ambitious list of goals to achieve. In one of those, one of the implementation steps that was included in the implementation table was exploring the possibility of having a sustainability coordinator or a shared coordinator or a contract coordinator to work on implementing some of the work. Since September, I've had numerous discussions with the group of managers in Marin, and we sort of focused in on Mill Valley, and I've worked very closely with city manager there, Todd Cusimano, and where Mill Valley is willing to have the employee be Mill Valley's, but they are eager to have a partner and have a shared sustainability coordinator. Essentially, it's pretty simple. It would be, at least in the beginning, a 50-50 split of sort of resources and time. And based on the classification of the employee that they've come up with in their HR system, I've laid out in the staff report the annual cost. So the top range of the annual cost for the employee themselves is about $103,000. And we're assuming there'll be some additional cost for supplies or resources for that person to utilize doing their work. So we've sort of rounded it to about $125,000. And that would give the town's share on an annual basis of about $62,500 in the first year. And if council wants to move forward with this proposal, we would ask for a budget amendment to fund that position for the remainder of this fiscal year. And I think about $21,000, and we would include our full share in the fiscal year 24 budget. So I'd be happy to answer any questions as brief as I could be. And again, happy to answer any questions for you. So.
Does anybody have any questions for Greg? No. Can we see if anyone in the public has that comment on this item?
Seeing none. Oh,
Nope.
excuse me, sorry. Sana Thomas.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yes, we can. Hey, Sana, welcome.
Good. Oh, good. Well, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sana Thomas, and I'm part of the Tiburon Climate Action Committee that provided input into development of our new climate action plan. And I want to just say very briefly, thank you for moving forward with establishing a sustainability coordinator as a part-time or shared position with another neighboring jurisdiction. Mill Valley makes an excellent partner, I think, because they've been carrying out a very thorough and informed process in creating their climate action plan update and established a Citizens Climate Action Plan task force to research and develop the most promising strategies with lots of input and support from Christine. The two towns, I think, stand to learn a lot from each other and also to motivate each other to continually implement best practices. And as you know from the CAP, the Sustainability Coordinator is critical to full and timely implementation of our ambitious CAP and motivating our progress and reporting and involving the community. So thank you and kudos for taking this essential step in advancing and addressing climate change and implementing the CAP. And I hope you will approve the shared services agreement with Mill Valley and fund the position this fiscal year and beyond. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Sana. Appreciate it. Do we have anybody else, Lee?
Seeing none.
Okay, thanks for checking. I will close public comment period and bring it back to the council for discussion. Anybody have anything? John, Councilmember Wellner, please.
Thank you. My remarks will be brief. I just want to say I think this is a great idea. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled by it. I think having a dedicated staff person will ensure that our climate action plan, which is, I think, a remarkably ambitious plan, will be able, our goals will be able to be achieved. I want to especially thank the town manager for making this happen. This is a creative way for the town to both have a sustainability coordinator, but also minimize our costs by sharing it with a like-minded town, Mill Valley. And I just think it's great, and I appreciate the speed with which it was done. So thank you.
Thanks, John. Councilmember Thierry, you wanted to say something, or?
Yes, I just wanted to say how important this is in order to achieve our climate goals. And, the importance of having a sustainability coordinator, even half-time, is that we will have someone working on this and helping us to track our progress and to implement all of the various goals. We'll also get the benefit of Mill Valley's work, and having a shared coordinator position actually benefits and gives us more than would we have someone full-time, because we'll be getting the benefit of everyone's and Mill Valley's ideas and thoughts and work. So I also want to commend our town staff and say how pleased I am. And I think this is going to be a very, very important step in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions in the future.
Yeah, thank you. Vice Mayor Griffin, please.
I do think it's a very good idea, and for the very same reasons, we might actually have a shared staff for diversity and inclusion one day.
Great idea.
I would entertain go ahead, Councilmember Fredericks, a comment or a motion?
I was going to incorporate my colleagues' commendations on this move and move to consider the authorizations the town manager has asked for to fund a shared sustainability coordinating position and authorize the needed budget amendment.
Second.
Okay. Lee, could we call the roll on the vote, please?
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Councilmember Wallner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
and Mayor Ryan.
Yes. Thank you. That passes 5-0. And now we move on to action item 5, which is the considering a resolution approving the acceptance of and appropriation of California PUC local agency technical assistant grant funding for a middle mile fiber optic infrastructure project in the amount of $191,100 and authorizing the town manager to enter into a professional services agreement with Government Technology Group in the amount not to exceed $68,750 for design and engineering. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor Ryan, council members, I'll be brief with this presentation. I've got a PowerPoint presentation here, if you can see. This project is the middle mile fiber optic infrastructure project that'll start from Highway 101 and extend out to downtown Tiburon to Main Street. So on June 15th, Town Council was presented with the Town of Tiburon Broadband Strategic Plan developed by Magellan Advisors. And in that plan, it directed staff to engage into 2 separate scopes of work. Scope 1 being to procure design and engineering services to develop plans and specs for this project. And the second part, the scope is to procure a consulting services to assist the town in identifying a potential internet service provider. Also, during this time, staff submitted an application for $191,000 in funding for this work through the California Public Utilities Commission. And we did receive word from the CPUC that the town's application was approved this past December. And I do want to also add in here that the County of Marin was a lot of help here for staff in submitting this application and providing a lot of answers for us and help in producing the application and sending it over to the CPUC. In August 23rd, 2022, staff also issued a request for proposal to seek proposals from qualified firms and individuals for Scope 1 work. And we received no proposals as a result of this RFP. So subsequently, staff negotiated a contract to complete Scope 1 work with Government Technology Group in an amount not to exceed $68,750. And again, that will be paid for through the LATA funds that we've been awarded. And then staff is also continuing to work in identifying and finalizing a proposal for Scope 2, which is to identify a possible internet service provider. And we are confident that this work will not exceed $40,000. And again, it's eligible through eligible expense under the LATA grant. So at tonight's meeting, we have 3 recommendations for Town Council. One is to adopt a resolution to accept the LATA grant funds. Second is to authorize the town manager to enter into a professional services contract with Government Technology Group in the amount not to exceed $68,750 for phase 1 design, engineering, and bid package only. And the third is to authorize a fiscal year budget amendment in the amount of $110,000. This includes the design and also the ISP provider that we'll seek in phase 2, with the source of funds being the LATA grant funds that were awarded to the town. And with that, we go to questions.
Thank you, David. Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
for Mr. Issue.
Go ahead. So yes, I did have a question.
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, Councilmember
Yeah,
Fredericks.
sorry.
No, I had a weird computer thing happen.
Pardon?
I just had a weird computer thing happen, so I thought I were worried that I froze, but so go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. I just want to clarify because I've been asked a lot. This is the middle mile, which is basically from the first mile near the freeway all the way down to downtown. I support this. I just have a question about, are there availabilities for grants to actually go from this middle mile into the neighborhoods and into the individual homes that are seeking better broadband connection?
David, if you don't mind, I'll jump in real quick. Well, first, let's just clarify. What you're approving tonight is to design a project, not to actually construct it. So that the very next step for us would be to be looking for grant opportunities or other funding sources to ultimately construct this backbone, we're calling it, that would run down Tiburon Boulevard. The hope is that we will simultaneously be working with a consultant to identify an internet service provider. And in the preliminary talks or the initial talks with Magellan Consultants, the idea is that ISP provider may be willing to invest funds to build off of that backbone if we build it down Tiburon Boulevard. So it's a little complicated, but it's really more or less like a three-step process. All you're doing tonight is authorizing us to hire a design professional to essentially do plans and specifications for an for an undergrounding project. We'd be doing this trenching down Tiburon Boulevard.
And does this particular, I realize that we're just doing a study now, but will the study include any information about whether this particular project will sometime in the future benefit our residents who live beyond downtown and along the east and north side of Paradise Drive, who have the real problems? Yeah.
This particular portion of the project only addresses 101 to downtown Tiburon. You may recall from the Magellan strategic plan that it's broken into 4 phases, and subsequent phases would extend that fiber backbone around the peninsula all the way back to the 101 at the Paradise Drive exit.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wallner, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand something that was mentioned a while ago, but I don't think has been highlighted here, and that is this backbone proposal, does this also potentially contain benefits in terms of managing our stoplights in a better fashion to improve traffic? If you could say a word about that, that would be great.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. I mean, we don't know what the future of traffic signal management is, but we've been in contact with Caltrans on this project and have discussed the desirability of, when we design the route of this fiber optic cable, that we assume we'll be integrating the traffic signals where the existing single communication wires are. So we're going to work really closely with Caltrans in designing this to make sure they would have access to this. We clearly can't promise what would happen, but they did indicate that would be a favorable outcome of this project. So.
Great, thanks. Does anyone else have any other questions? Is there anyone from the public who'd like to make a comment on this agenda item?
Seeing none.
Okay, thanks. Then I'll bring it back to the council for discussion. Councilmember Thier.
So I wanted to start off by thanking staff and saying how absolutely exciting this is to get the local agency technical assistance grant in the amount of $191,000 and $191,100 from the state of California for funding the middle mile fiber optic infrastructure project is absolutely amazing. I want to thank David Eshue. I also want to thank Greg Chanis. So far, this project has led to better and more closer relationships with Caltrans. We've been able to explore benefits for our residents, such as the stoplights. And I am so excited that this is moving forward and that we're now looking into entering into a professional services contract in order to do phase 1 of the design engineering. So, you know, this started out as just an idea and now it's moving along. And once we do provide this, it will be a huge benefit to our residents. It will change the way that we connect and future generations connect. So at the appropriate time, I stand ready to make a motion. And I actually copied all the language, so.
Excellent. Does anyone else have any discussion, or can I entertain a motion without presupposing the discussion? So I'd entertain that motion, Councilmember Thier, if you'd like to.
Okay, great. So I would like to move that we adopt a resolution to accept the LATA grant funds, that we authorize the town manager to enter into a professional services contract with Government Technology Group in the amount not to exceed $68,750 for phase 1 design engineering and bid package only, and that we authorize a fiscal year budget amendment in the amount of $110,000 with a source of funds being the LATA grant funds.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, thank you, Vice Mayor. Lee, could you please call the roll on the vote, please?
Councilmember Fredericks,
You're muted, Alice.
I know, I was trying to unmute. Takes a minute. Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Thier,
Enthusiastically, yes.
Councilmember Wellner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
and Mayor Ryan.
Yes. Thank you, everybody. I'm disappointed that no one made a pun about having a lot of money, but just opportunities.
You just did, you just did.
So now we're going to go on to action item 6, which is the review of town council committee appointments list and consider any changes for 2023. Do we have a staff report on this?
Yes, thank you. It is regular practice for the council to review its committee appointments list at the first regular meeting in January following the election and the reorganization of the council in December. This is just a chance for the council to review the list, make any necessary or desired changes for the coming year. I'm going to leave it pretty much at that. I will just note that staff does specifically request that the council create the 2023 budget finance ad hoc subcommittee and appoint membership. I have this little matrix that we've used in the past to kind of help guide your discussion a little bit. I know this is a little hard to see, so I've got it, I have it split so it's a little bit bigger. So I can move through those, but this is kind of so you can see the full picture. We don't really have a lot of vacancies, but happy to start however you'd like.
And then so actually, Councilmember Wellner, maybe you can help me. Do you remember last year, what did we go through each one and confirm that the council members who were already on that committee wanted to stay, or did we just look at the vacancies? Do you remember?
Well, last year was because we had I don't remember exactly when the vice mayor joined, but because we had a new member, we went through more carefully.
Oh, right.
But now that we've essentially stayed the same, I think maybe the approach I would suggest is that if anyone has a proposed change, or if anyone wants to talk about, we can go through the vacant ones, but if anyone has a proposed change, we could entertain that.
Yeah, in particular, if you are of the decision that you don't want to be on a subcommittee that you're on, that would be great to know right away.
Yeah. So if you're entertaining comments, I think Councilmember Fredericks had made a suggestion about is the MCCC Climate Action Committee on this?
Yes, but it was at your discretion.
That's fine.
So before we start discussing,
okay, all right.
I just wanted to make sure that the public had a chance to comment if anyone wanted to speak on this item.
Seeing none.
Okay, Thanks. So we'll close the public comment period and bring it back. Okay, now we can discuss.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that under MCCMC, under the climate change and sea level rise, which I think they now call the Climate Action Committee.
Yeah.
I would suggest that Alice and I swap, where she be the delegate and I be the alternate, to reflect her dedicated attendance at the meetings and my rather spotty attendance lately. So.
Okay.
All right. And yeah.
Is that okay with you, Councilmember Fredericks?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you, John.
Oh, of course.
I also had just some changes that are generally under town council appointments, but the town council doesn't appoint. So in the description of TAM, I just wanted to update that I've been appointed to the Fundings Program and Legislation Committee rather than whatever that says. I wanted to add a note that I don't have the text before me, but the town does have a legislative action committee. Yep. And that usually consists of the mayor and the legislative committee appointee to MCCMC, which is me.
Oh.
And that's my present to you, Jack.
Yes, thank you.
I also wanted to update the fact that the committee now, the Bay Wave committee that I'm on, is the Bay Wave Executive Steering Committee. It's no longer the policy group.
Okay.
And I just heard this from the county.
Thank you. The Budget and Finance Committee, I believe, traditionally has been the mayor and the vice mayor. Is that something we still want to continue?
Yes.
I'm happy to do it.
Yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin, are we in on that? He's muted. You're muted, Noah.
Yeah, that's fine, Jack.
Awesome, thank you.
Mayor Ryan, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jack is good. And then I thought last year we combined the, no, I guess we didn't the Chamber of Commerce Local Business Task Force, but that hasn't met in a while.
Yeah.
Well, I remember we combined one that said vibrant and one that said something else into a single committee, right?
Yeah,
yes.
we did, but I don't see it, actually. I don't see that committee on here.
There is downtown revitalization.
I see that one. I don't.
What it was is you had one ad hoc and one standing. And they were the same thing.
Gotcha.
Okay, I think it looks good. Looks good.
Yeah.
So do we need a motion on this or?
Well, Mayor Ryan, if I may just say a word.
Yes, please, sorry.
I want to just give a heads up to council. We didn't include it as a committee to assign someone to today because you haven't approved actually moving forward with a parks master plan yet. At the February 1st meeting, we are tentatively scheduled to have you consider a recommendation from Post to award a contract for a parks master plan. We also have a request from the subcommittee of Post, which is Commissioner McInerney and Commissioner Nickfar. They're requesting that the council consider naming a member to their committee that's going to work with, if council chooses to move forward with the parks master plan process, they would ask that council perhaps consider having a council member be on the sort of advisory group that works with the consultant. We didn't do it because you haven't approved the contract yet and didn't want you to form a committee until you had the opportunity to hear the recommendation. So.
Okay, thank you for that advance warning. I appreciate that. And there was no vote required, right? You just needed the direction that we gave. Great. So then we can move on to action item 7, which is directing the staff on the next steps related to the return of in-person board meetings for all town bodies and consider authorization of the release of a town council regular meeting start time. This whole thing is very exciting to contemplate that we might be going back in person. So do we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members again. This is a follow-up item to our discussion last month about returning to in-person meetings and feedback we requested from the council related to virtual participation, aka hybrid meetings for the town's other boards and commissions, other than the council, in the council's regular meeting time. First, I'm going to touch on hybrid meetings. In December, there sort of seemed to be a general consensus to start slow with implementing hybrid meetings by starting with just the council on March 1st, with Planning Commission, DRB, and Post to follow fairly quickly. In your staff report, I presented a tentative proposal for the council's feedback, which essentially amounts to on March 1st, which is when we are required to go back to in-person meetings. All town board and commission meetings are going to return to in-person meetings. Only town council meetings will be hybrid, offering a Zoom participation option with cameras operated by CM staff. The remainder of the town's board and commissions will not offer hybrid, but will be recorded and streamed, video recorded and streamed with cameras operated by town staff. And then on June 1st, the Planning Commission, the DRB, and Post will transition into hybrid meetings with cameras operated by CM staff and a Zoom participation option. We feel that 3-month period in between is a good amount of time for us to fully assess the impacts that might arise, additional staffing, and it's good timing for us to kind of assess if we need additional budget, and that's right around the budget time. So we think that June 1st is a good start time for those 3 to follow. And then second is the council's regular meeting time. Council was undecided last month on whether to formalize the 5 o'clock start, return to 7:30 as we did before COVID, or pick a new start time. Council suggested soliciting community feedback. So I've drawn up the survey that's in your staff report for your consideration, and with your authorization, we'll send this out tomorrow, distribute it pretty widely, and bring the results back on February 1st. And then before I wrap up, I'm going to draw your attention to a figure in your staff report that outlines all the regular meeting times for all the other cities in Marin that was requested last month. And last, I do actually have a couple of slides prepared with that regular meeting time figure and the hybrid meeting, the March 1st, June 1st proposal. If it's just easier to see it in front of you for your discussion, just let me know. I'm happy to.
Love to see it.
Yep. Well, I'll just bring it up real quick. Okay. So this is the hybrid meeting proposal. Regular meeting times, this is the figure in your staff report. And then I kept the CM cost of hire as well, just for your reference. So happy to start wherever you
Can
like.
you go back to the times? Okay.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions for staff?
This is a question suggestion. I guess I'm asking if we can add to the survey the time of, looks like 6:30 is a popular option. So we should probably include that as well.
Could we include the time of the Board of Supervisors as well?
Do we have any other questions?
No, I wanted to make a comment actually.
So can we do public comment first?
Yeah, do public comment.
Okay. Is there anyone in the public who'd like to speak on this agenda item?
Seeing none.
Great, thanks. Okay, Councilmember Thier, I'll bring it back for discussion. Please start us off.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Lee for her excellent work as always. This is great, and I think this will help our discussion immensely. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Does anybody else have anything they want to start off with? Or yeah, into the void, I will say then, I thank you for all the work, Lee. I actually, despite what I may have said last time, I don't necessarily think that I even need a survey anymore, just because of the informal surveying of the community that I've done since our last meeting. Obviously, I'm open to hear what the rest of you have to say, but left to my own devices, I don't think we need a survey for me to have an opinion, but.
Yeah, I do think we need a survey. I'd like to see what people think. We've never surveyed the community as to start times. And I just think it's an important next step to try to keep building participation in our meetings. So I'm in favor of the survey, and it seems like it's short and sweet.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Fredericks.
The problem with surveying when it's not a scientific study is you only hear from the people who choose to answer. And the people who do not choose to answer may be the people who are not connected and should be connected to what's going on in the town, but not necessarily the people who attend. The 2 or 3 people who, for example, complained to me about the lack of in-person meetings. I have not seen any of them in a town council meeting in, to be generous, 5 years, but most probably a decade. I think and I'm not wedded to any particular time, but I think at the time that we first discussed this decades ago, we did it by looking at the demographic data. So for example, in 2021, 10.7% of the population was under 18. And that meant there was this whole vast group of people who were likely to watch a meeting or come to a meeting if they were on fire about an issue. And so the rate limiting step there we saw were especially people who come from work from the city, but the largest group were people with kids, the young families, and encouraging their participation. And at that time, the decision was based on the thought that they need time to come home, to get everybody fed, to get whichever parent was not attending lined up to take care of the kids or getting them in bed. Have things changed? Are there better ways to make the decision? I don't know. I just wanted to throw that information out.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilmember Wallner.
Yeah, so it's, we're going to discuss this further later, so I don't feel the need to rehash what we talked about before, but I do want to reiterate comments that we made and some of the comments that Councilmember Fredericks just made about how arbitrary the data from a survey is, given the few responses and the skewed sample. So I don't think it's worth much.
But I don't understand why it's arbitrary when we do these surveys all the time. We did it for our housing element. We do it all the time. It
We
goes
can
out
look
to
at
the
that.
same.
That doesn't make them more an accurate reflection. That doesn't make them any more or less accurate. It just means we do them. But
But I mean,
we get 90 people who respond out of.
Well, let me finish. Can I please finish? I mean, I would like to see the information. We've never.
We're doing
done
it because you want to do it. I
And-
just am saying I think it's going to be garbage, but okay.
Well,
You can't know it's going to be garbage before you do it.
Yes,
I mean,
you can. That's
no,
exactly how
come on.
you know. You know
Come
because
on, John.
it's
Come on,
not.
John. That's
It's not
contempt prior-
garbage.
That's
It's not.
contempt prior to investigation, and you all know that.
No,
and
actually,
things do change over a period of time, and it's good to get a reflection of the public as to what they think. We can't just tell the public what they should think. We should hear what they do think.
I understand,
The
but
issue is sampling.
the point that I
issue
want to
is
make is you absolutely cannot tell if the survey was good or not based on the results. That's absurd. You have to know if a survey is good based on how it's done, and going in before I know whether or not the results are going to be consistent with what I like or what I don't like. What I'm saying is that there's no way we're going to get a significant sample size. There's no way we're going to get an even response from people. It's just going to be data from a few people. That's what it's going to be, which is fine if that's what you want. It's just not going to help.
Those remarks will come back to haunt you next time you want some kind of survey done by the public as to what they feel on something.
When I want a survey done, I want it done scientifically. I don't want it done through an email.
well, I mean, we're not going to hire a pollster to go out to every household. I mean,
We might if it's an important issue.
Well,
on the housing, did we do it scientifically?
No,
we didn't.
We did not.
And a lot of people complained.
Well, you're going to have a lot of people complain anyway, aren't you? I mean, I remember in Deserted Village with church, make an unaffected grace the looks adorn his venerable place. Truth prevailed from his lips, held double sway, and those who came to scoff remained to pray. I just don't think we can tell the public what they think. That's just
No
my
one's trying to do that, but maybe we can make an effort to at least have some kind of stratified samples of church.
That I
people,
agree with.
school
That I
people.
agree with.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So,
do we need a motion or are we moving on to the next item? Where are
so,
we?
so first of all, so I guess let's go to the easy thing first. Let's talk about the hybrid proposal from staff in terms of how they're going to want to set up our meetings when we go back in person. Does anyone have any proposed changes to what staff is suggesting?
No, I like what staff is suggesting. I think that the hybrid is very important to allow people to be able to speak. And I assume they'll be able to also participate by Zoom and speak at public comment. Is that correctly?
For hybrid meetings, yes. Just want to clarify, it's only going to be council on after March 1st.
Right, and then June 1st is Planning Commission.
Planning Commission, DRB, and Post.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, if there's any way to move that up, I think that would be better, just so that there's no lapse for Zoom participation, since people have gotten so used to it. But I understand that it is a lot of work for staff. So if that is the impediment, then, the June 1st date, I think is fine.
Yeah, and I'm just happy that they're all being videotaped. I think that's fantastic.
Yes.
Okay, so that's staff direction on that front. And then with respect to the survey, it sounds like we want to go ahead with the survey that Lee proposed with the addition of the 2 times.
Like I said, I'm fine with going forward with it, but by my count, it looks like 3 council members may not want to do a survey.
No. I just question how the data will be used.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the camp I'm in.
Sounds like it'll be the end of Family Feud. Survey says.
Some of us are not that weak.
I don't see how it's less reliable than any other survey you do, but anyway.
But again,
So
that's
I
not
think that's
necessarily
done. We don't need to
endorsement.
beat a dead horse. We're not going to go back there. We have more items on our agenda.
Yes,
so-
we do.
Can I just talking about the survey and the concern of who's sampled? Is there a chance to put something in the survey to ask people who they are, not in terms of their name, but whether they have kids in school, whether they attend meetings in the past, things that would give you some kind of a sense of credibility?
If you start to ask more questions, then
Yeah.
fewer people will respond.
Yeah, I think it should be simple.
And that is a problem when we're dealing with an unreliable sample anyway.
Yeah.
Well, should we all see the questions before they go out?
That's
She
what we did.
She
Well,
wrote it as a,
Yeah.
the questions are attached.
Great, okay.
I didn't think there were questions. It was question, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's simple. It's good.
Yeah.
And it's going to who? The subscribers to the town newsletter?
Put it out in the newsletter, put it out on social media, put it on Nextdoor, and I'm gonna publish it. I'll publish it as a display ad in the ARC, and I'll put a QR code on there so people can just do it
Very
from their
cool.
phone when they see it. in
You're
the ARC.
getting so techie now.
I know.
Our new meeting invite was perfect. Anyway. Okay.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. So can we now move on to action item 8, which is the adopting the 2023 Town Council regular meeting schedule. Greg, do you have a staff report on that?
Just really quickly, this is just an opportunity for the council to adopt their regular meeting calendar for the year. I attached a list of all the regular meeting dates for the council for 23, with a couple of proposed cancellations. List is obviously not binding in the sense that we may still cancel meetings due to lack of business, lack of a quorum, and we will almost surely schedule special meetings, as we've discussed earlier today. It's just a chance for the council to look ahead for the coming year and kind of just decide if there's any other meetings you'd like to cancel and get on the same page in advance. I'm happy to bring it up if that helps.
Do
There
you
was
have
a
a question, Councilmember Thier, or?
I
go ahead.
do. I do. So normally we cancel the July 19th meeting, so I would like to see that one canceled.
I don't think we canceled the second meeting in July, do we?
We do. We do. We've done it every year.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we always cancel that meeting because people are out of town
Yeah.
and the public is traveling during that time. Our residents are all gone.
But now there are hybrid meetings, right? Does that make a difference?
No.
Okay.
It's good.
Any other questions? Any public comment on this item?
Deirdre.
I'm sorry.
Maybe
sir.
we, oh, okay. Are we back to comments?
Yeah.
Deirdre
we
had her
have
hand
no,
up.
no, we have a public comment, I think, right?
I'm trying to acknowledge Deirdre.
Oh.
Okay.
Hi, David.
I tried to stay muted, but this was from earlier. I had a question about the meetings that were not going to be hybrid. Wondering whether that meant that those other lower board meetings, if they're not hybrid, that means that someone can't attend them by Zoom that night, right? They have to wait for the video the next day.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Any further discussion on our item? Okay, great, thank you. So now, and thank you for your patience for everyone who's been waiting for this. We can move on to discussion item 1, which is about the REACH codes. And we need to direct staff.
Mayor, if I may, I think
Yeah.
we need to adopt the meeting calendar.
Oh, okay,
by
sorry.
motion.
Yes, all right, I will do that.
Okay.
Rewind.
So I'll make a motion to adopt the meeting calendar with the one change with the July 19th date out.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that. And we should note that there was a correction to the October meetings and we're adopting that too.
That's right, thank you.
And I just want to comment that I think we should have a survey about the dates.
And I just want to comment that we should have a survey about Councilmember Wellner.
It was a really big poll that happened recently.
I'm gonna make up a poll right now.
Could you please call the roll?
Yes.
I think the election was won.
Okay, Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier,
Yes.
Councilmember Wallner,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Griffin,
Yes.
and Mayor Ryan.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. Now we move on to discussion item 1, which is discussion and directing staff on next steps related to the local building code amendments to adopt enhanced requirements promoting building and vehicle electrification. Can I add a staff report, please?
The staff report will be presented by Bob Brown, who is going to be our consultant on this effort.
Thank you for staying with us, Bob, and welcome.
Surely. Good evening. And this agenda item should be hopefully a little easier for the end of the meeting than a housing item, but let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, wrong screen. Let's see. Ah, there we go. Okay. I trust you can see that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So talked a little bit tonight about REACH codes and how you might consider them if you so choose. Let's start real quick with an understanding of what REACH codes are. They're locally adopted amendments to the Uniform State Building Code that establish requirements that go beyond the state minimums for new construction. And these amendments can be adopted and justified locally, but if you amend Part 6, the State Energy Code, you have to get approval from the State Energy Commission. And that's based on a study that shows that the amendments are cost effective when you consider the energy savings over the useful life of that improvement. And I'd note that the county has already prepared such a study for all the Marin jurisdictions if you go that direction. So why consider REACH codes to promote building electrification and more EV charging? One reason is that you have two policy documents that call for this. Both your climate action plan includes programs for code amendments that would ban natural gas in new residential and commercial buildings and require replacement of gas appliances with electric appliances when they're changed out. And your draft sustainability element also directs a ban on gas appliance and infrastructure in new construction. In terms of EV charging requirements, both documents also require or enhanced code requirements in those areas. Why is building electrification so important? This chart, I think, demonstrates the town's greenhouse gas emissions from energy use in buildings in town. The orange bars are emissions levels from burning of natural gas in buildings. And the blue bars are the emissions from generation of electricity that's used in buildings in town. And what's apparent is that the blue bars are trending downwards. You've had a 76% reduction in your emissions from electricity from 2005 to 2018. And that's due to the creation of MCE with its higher proportion of renewable power in their energy mix and more efficient electrical appliances, even with more households and businesses using energy for charging EVs. The emissions from natural gas, though, in the orange remain relatively constant. And so they become an increasing proportion of the town's emissions. And when you look at the town's total greenhouse gas emissions, natural gas is now over a third of your emissions, while electricity is only about 5%.
Wow.
So it's the natural gas emissions that we really need to get to if you're serious about meeting your climate goals. Another reason is that the Air Resources Board last year has a ruling that will ban the sale of gas vehicles after 2035. So buildings that don't have charging options are going to need future retrofits. So better to incorporate this technology when new buildings are built. So in response to all this, the county took a lead last year in a collaborative effort with all the Marin jurisdictions to try to create a package of model code amendments that could be adopted by jurisdictions either in full or in part. And the intent of that process was that we could end up with common regulations that would benefit contractors and suppliers that work between towns. So that, and also so that each staff, the town staff wouldn't have to recreate the wheel on their own. So that process included a technical advisory committee that was composed of planners and mostly building officials. And they also held focus groups with builders, affordable housing developers, and an online public forum last summer. So what emerged from that process were three proposed code amendments. One addresses all electric construction in new buildings. Another requires energy efficiency upgrades in single-family homes when they're undergoing remodels or additions with at least 750 square feet of space. And a third requires enhanced EV charging infrastructure. So quickly, in terms of new buildings, the code precludes gas infrastructure and appliances in new buildings, but it does include a number of exceptions. So you can still have your propane barbecues and heaters outside. An important one for restaurants and commercial kitchens. A lot of those operators find it difficult or are not yet at the point where they're willing to go all electric. So that would be exempted. We heard from housing developers, particularly affordable housing developers, that they need gas on occasions for backup emergency generators for elevators and emergency lighting and such. And using battery backup is expensive and also requires a lot of space. So there's an exception for that. Also one for attached ADUs. So if it's in a home that already has gas infrastructure, you can extend it to the ADU. And there's also provisions for hardship or infeasibility that could be granted, particularly for affordable housing developments. So in terms of remodeling for single-family homes, again, if they alter or add 750 square feet of interior space, it would require an owner to choose from a list of energy efficiency upgrades, and it's based on a point system. It's pretty simple. For example, an affected project would have to achieve 6 points. And as an example, changing out a gas water heater for an electric heat pump unit would yield 12 points. So easily meeting the standard. And then there are some smaller point values you could add up for things like installing an induction cooktop or air sealing or window or lighting upgrades. So the homeowner would choose how to meet that requirement.
A quick question about this one in particular.
Mhm.
So does the owner of a for example, I see Peter Yallis is in the audience tonight. He recently sent us a note describing how he's completely electrified his home. So for him, if he was going to remodel, is this point-based system always based on new changes, or do you get credit for the things you've already done?
Yeah, if there's nothing else that you can do, there is an out included in the code, yes.
Oh, so you always have to, no matter how much you've done, you still have to do more unless you are maxed out.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. And I would just note that some jurisdictions, mostly in Southern California, are going a step beyond all of this, and they're requiring that if you change out a gas appliance, you have to replace it with an electric. So that's, again, not being proposed here in Marin County, but that is being discussed elsewhere. And in terms of EV charging, the county model code ups the requirements that are currently in the state Cal Green Code. So in terms of electrifying, in terms of new buildings, the EV requirements, if a home is being renovated and they, as part of that renovation, I'm sorry, this is new buildings. That was remodeled. Sorry. For new buildings, it's pretty simple. In single family new homes, they would have to propose an EV ready space. So that means they have to have the wiring in and a wall receptacle that could then accommodate a future EV charger. And they have to have the electrical panel capacity to provide that. For multifamily, 15% of the spaces would have to have EV chargers installed, and 85% would be EV ready. So they would have the wiring already in place. But that would also be for low power 20 amp level 2 service. And the state has put this in because for multifamily, you could end up with a lot of electrical demand if you had all full power chargers in a complex. So this allows a lower amp service, a little slower charging, but that was the compromise the state worked out. And for non-residential, it varies based upon the project size. For small projects, there's no requirement, but if you get into a very large, let's say office building, as much as a third of the spaces have to have installed EV chargers, and up to half the spaces would just have to have conduit, not even the receptacles, just conduit for a future installation. And then in terms of EVs for renovations, if a single family home or a townhouse is already upgrading their electrical panel through a renovation, at that point, they would have to add an EV ready receptacle for their parking space. For multifamily and non-residential, again, if they're upgrading their electric panel as part of their project, then they would have to have 20% of the spaces EV ready. So with the circuitry and the receptacle. And if they're modifying their parking lots, either by adding spaces or resurfacing those spaces, they'd have to install conduit, not wiring, but just conduit to half the spaces, or they could elect to put conduit into only 20% of the spaces and have 5% EV chargers. It's just a lot easier to get the conduit in, when you have the asphalt ripped up. I would just note that 60 California jurisdictions have so far adopted some form of an all-electric requirement for new buildings. And I would also note Petaluma adopted theirs in 2021. So they've had a couple years of experience, and they certainly have not seemed to have hindered housing development in Petaluma. In terms of what Marin County has done so far since last November, the county and Fairfax, they adopted the whole trifecta of 3 ordinances. San Rafael and Corte Madera adopted the ones that only affect new construction, and they're going to swing back and re-examine remodeling. And San Anselmo adopted all electric for residential. And I would note that a number of those jurisdictions have already committed that after the adoption last November, they're going to swing back this year and either reconsider the whole package or at least really refine the remodeling requirements, and also really work together on how they can provide implementation resources to the public and to contractors. So a couple of options to consider. You could adopt the model reach codes and the EV charging just pertaining to new buildings. And that's what Corte Madera and San Rafael did. And the reason is that it's easier to design and incorporate these when you're building from ground up, much simpler than retrofitting. At that point, you get the cost savings from not installing all that gas infrastructure, so you could defer the increased costs of some of the appliances. And it doesn't have a lot of impacts on staff since there are not that many new buildings in town. Or you could choose to not do that and just wait till the 2025 code amendments and consider it in that cycle. And options for the remodeling codes, you could do again what a couple of other cities have done and participate in this ongoing cooperative process that I think the county is going to lead again starting next month, to again look more closely at the remodeling codes and how to combine resources to help implement it effectively. And then we could bring back proposals for the council to consider later. Reasons for that is this remodeling code obviously will affect a lot more projects. It does have greater greenhouse gas emission benefits because you do a lot more remodels than you do new construction. But it affects obviously a lot of homeowners and staff as well. Or you could choose to adopt the remodeling code along with the new construction all at once. Or again, you could postpone until the 2025 code cycle. So those are just some things that the council could consider. And I think that that's it. Be happy to take any
Councilmember Wallner,
questions.
go ahead, please, if you have questions. John, did you hear me?
Yeah, I didn't hear you. Okay, yeah, just a quick question. We'll get to comments, and I'm very supportive of all of these reach codes, but I have a specific question about the new building one. There's just an issue that's been nagging at me, and I'm trying to figure out if this has already been discussed and resolved. It has to do with fireplaces, and I know that in general, CARB and the Bay Area Air Resources Board, are very interested in eliminating wood fireplaces. And I'm sure if they had their druthers, no one would have any fireplaces, but if you had a fireplace, they strongly prefer a gas fireplace to a wood fireplace. And so my question is, if we ban all gas connections in a house, are we going to be encouraging people to build wood-fired? Is this an unintended consequence? Are we going to be encouraging wood-fired fireplaces?
No, under the current codes, you cannot have a wood-fired fireplace in a new housing unit. So
you can't build a wood-fired one.
Nope,
Okay.
not that's been a number of years actually.
So your only alternative would be kind of a simulated electric fireplace.
Right. If you ban the gas infrastructure, yes.
Your only alternative is to log on electronically.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Ooh, that was good.
Especially it's late at night.
Anybody else have any questions for Bob or staff? I have one quick question, and with respect to municipalities that have implemented the remodeling code, have they had to adjust how they budget for staff time? Is it that much more of a burden on staff, or is it not?
This is all new. They just adopted these in November, so I don't imagine that they've probably done a lot of permitting under it, but I don't think so. Again, a lot of these issues are already dealt with in the Cal Green Code, so these are just a few small additions. What I show the councils when you adopt a building code, the California Building Code, if you stick it end to end, is probably about 3 feet wide. So thousands and thousands of pages. So you're not talking about really a significant expansion there.
Right. Thank you. Councilmember Fredericks, please.
Yeah, you ran this by quickly, but run it by me again. Would requiring affordability, would there be an affordability question if electrification rather than gas were required in affordable units.
Yeah, the codes that have been adopted so far have an exemption for 100% affordable housing projects. So if they can prove that it's financially not feasible or would affect affordability, the building official can waive that.
So the idea is if it also addresses market rate, they may be able to cover the increased cost of electrifying the affordable units. Yeah.
Possibly.
Anybody else have any questions before I take it to public comment? Okay. Is there anyone in the public who would like to say something about this agenda item?
Yes, we'll start with Sana.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. Good evening again, Mayor Ryan and council members, and thank
Hey,
you.
welcome back.
Am I on mute or am I?
No, you're good. Thanks.
Okay. And thank you for the second opportunity to speak, this time in support of these 3 proposed REACH codes for building and vehicle electrification in new and remodeled buildings. As you know from previous comments I made, I'm deeply concerned about climate change and the impact it'll have on my 5 grandchildren and future generations everywhere. So I'm personally thrilled that we have a chance now to take a truly productive step to bring down our greenhouse gas emissions. And I'm grateful that both the county's civil grand jury and the Board of Supervisors have endorsed this approach to greenhouse gas reductions, as well as an increasing number of other Marin towns and cities, as Bob mentioned. Over the past many months, you've received multiple emails from me about why I believe adoption of the 3 proposed REACH code is critically important. But I do want to, so I don't want to take your time to just repeat myself, but I do want to say a few things. First, I'm the daughter of a man who spent his entire career in the oil and gas industry. And as an MIT trained chemical engineer, he joined ESSO of Louisiana during World War II and believed fervently that he was helping to save the country and the world from fascism and dictatorship. So for me, embracing the truth about the fossil fuel industry's undeniable contribution to global warming and its lies and complicity in fighting against effective climate action has been very painful. So my engagement in climate activism has felt like a direct affront to my father, who always thought he was doing the right thing. But I've come to believe that meaningful climate action is absolutely essential to the survival and well-being of his great-grandchildren and all young people around the world. So forgive me for being personal, but this really is a personal issue for me. And second, reducing greenhouse gas emissions in our buildings is both necessary and possible. Some approaches are easier than others, like prohibiting natural gas in all new construction and increasing already existing requirements for EV wiring and infrastructure and electrical service panel upgrades in new and existing buildings. But a thoughtful set of policies and strategic actions, with that, we can accomplish the bigger challenge and accelerate the inevitable. That is, removing the gas infrastructure that currently serves so much of our existing building stock and incentivizing residents to shift to electric heat pump technology, electric energy efficiency, efficient appliances, and rooftop solar. And the sooner we do that, the better. And to help with the transition, there are fortunately a number of local, regional, and state subsidies available to qualifying residents. So in closing, I just can't stress enough that adopting these REACH codes will go a long way towards addressing the top 2 drivers of climate change, buildings and transportation. So let's keep up the momentum you've already created and the forward-looking example you've already set when you passed a climate emergency resolution back in 2021 and approved a model climate action plan late this year. So please take the necessary steps to adopt all 3 of these proposed REACH codes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sana. My parents fed me Velveeta, so your parents have nothing to feel guilty about. Anyone else, Lee?
Next is Deirdre.
Okay.
I guess it's my night for asking questions. This is Deirdre from the ARC. I have a question, and I know you don't always answer questions, so maybe someone can answer it later. Bob said that the town doesn't allow wood-burning fireplaces. I don't remember that ever getting passed. I'm wondering if this is a state law that sort of overrides whatever Tiburon does. I know that they discourage them because they like the gas burning fireplaces because the flues are narrower and don't create as many visual impacts as chimneys. But I just, maybe someone could answer it for my story about, I don't want to say that they are illegal in Tiburon if they're not. Thank you.
Thanks. Can I have Bob circle back at the end of public comment on that? Thanks.
Yeah.
Next is Peter Yawlis.
Thank you for your patience, Peter. Appreciate you coming back. Hello.
Hi.
Sorry for the delay. Thank you for staying with us.
You're welcome, and thanks for having me and letting me speak to you all tonight. So Mayor Ryan and council members, my name is Peter Yawlis. I'm a resident of Belvedere who recently completed converting our family home to 100% electric use and turned off gas at our meter. So based on my experience, I'd just like to make 3 brief points supporting the REACH codes, all 3 REACH codes, based on my personal experience here. So for one, this is feasible, obviously. All the technologies needed are available and getting better every day. For example, just in the last 2 years, several different appliance types can now just be plugged in to 120 volt outlets, including heat pump water heaters, heat pump clothes dryers, and kitchen ranges. This means that the need for electricians and expansion of subpanels is reduced significantly. 2, this is economic. With available incentives and rebates, there is a very small, if any, green premium for these electric appliances compared to their fossil fuel legacy versions. 3, converting households to electrify everything is safer and healthier. Removing gas from homes reduces the risk of combustion and fire, and replacing gas appliances from indoor spaces removes the always on, always leaking nature of natural gas that contains the carcinogen benzene. So adopting the 3 REACH codes really puts the Tiburon Peninsula on the right path of climate action. Today, climate delay is climate denial. So let's move forward together in a timely way. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it.
Next is Pat Goss.
Hey, Patty, you there?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm wasting time.
Oh, it's all good. Welcome.
I'm, as I think you all know, Sana's sidekick, and we've been in this for several years together now, and I'm thrilled to see. I thought that was a great presentation Bob Brown made and very clear on the issues. The front page of the Chronicle this morning says Bay Area is pushing the ban on gas heat. So I think we're right on point and we're right at a relevant time. And I support all 3 of the code changes of the code. But my favorite topic, as you all know, and I'll shut up quickly, is that I live in a multi-unit condo and I want to have electric charging. As I look up, I live on Marsh Road and I look up at all the condos on the hill and I think none of those people can really have electric cars. So I just think the time has come for this kind of thing and I think it's really important and I respect the level that the council is engaged with us on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for speaking, Pat.
Next is David Mueller.
Mute. All right. Can you hear me okay?
You can, yeah, thanks. Welcome. And I'm going to limit you to 3 minutes tonight, if that's all right.
No problem. Thanks for the opportunity and good evening, Mayor Ryan and council members. You know, staff gave a great summary of the 3 REACH codes, but I want to go step back just a little bit to the big issue as to why to do this and yet to look no further than your own climate emergency resolution. We are in a climate emergency that requires immediate action. And take a look at your recently approved cap. It includes actions that these REACH codes will implement. You could look at your response to the civil grand jury report. And as you know, federal and state governments are also working on these exact same issues, but instead of passing requirements, they're doing it through incentives. And any kind of requirements coming from state and federal levels is years away. We simply can't afford to wait for other government entities to take action on this. We need to act at the local level because local jurisdictions are much more nimble and can pass these ordinances, and at least on a local level, put these requirements into play immediately. And as already been mentioned, a lot of jurisdictions, especially in the Bay Area, are doing exactly this and having a huge impact in aggregate. The REACH codes are among the few actions that local jurisdictions can take to really move the dial on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As you've heard, they're viable, they're cost effective. They've already been adopted by many Marin jurisdictions. And I'd really like to urge that you proceed with adoption, have staff prepare formal ordinance language based on the REACH codes, because the sooner we start heading in the direction, especially of avoiding increased greenhouse gas emissions with new construction and starting to take the initial actions to start ramping down gas use in existings, the sooner we move the dial, the sooner we'll start having impact. So again, I really admire that Tiburon's moving ahead and want to urge that you continue on in that direction. Thanks so much.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it. Lee, do we have anyone else?
I am seeing no additional comments.
Okay, thanks. I'll close the public comment period then. And Bob, do you just have 2 seconds to talk about the wood burning fireplace restriction?
Sure, that came from BACMID, the Bay Area Air Management Control District.
Okay, thanks. So let's bring it back to the council. And first of all, I want to just say thank you to the council, my fellow council members, that I think there's one extra step in here of me bringing it back to us tonight. Just I had a whole bunch of questions around some of the ordinances that I hadn't found the answers to. In the meantime, I have gotten a lot of satisfaction from a lot of the members of the Climate Action Committee who gave me their time generously, and frankly, the county, Brian Reyes, who worked a lot on the community outreach and frequently asked questions and things like that. So I've had a very good experience over the last month, and I appreciate you guys tolerating this one extra step of not having ordinances here tonight, but perhaps getting them next time. So thank you. And with that, does anyone else have any discussion they want to? Yeah, Councilmember Thayer, please.
So I wanted to start off by thanking the public. You wrote us so many wonderfully thought out letters and emails, and I just really want to thank you. And I wanted to commend Peter Yolis, who's gone all electric, and I think that's an excellent example of what can be possible. I am strongly in favor of adopting all 3 REACH codes. I think when we're looking at 34% of GHG emissions coming from natural gas versus the 5% from electric, we really are in a climate emergency that requires immediate action. So, having the first REACH code provide that all new residential and non-residential buildings be electric. The second REACH code also addresses energy efficiency and electrification and creates incentives for homeowners, which I think is really important. And then, kind of the thing that ties it all together is having the third REACH code, which is higher requirements for installing EV charging infrastructure. I think that is going to be a huge move towards allowing people to purchase electric vehicles. So I wanted to express my strong support for us to hopefully be able to vote on adopting the 3 model REACH codes. And again, I want to thank the public.
Thank you. Councilmember Fredericks, please.
Yeah, just a comment. I am assuming adopting the model REACH codes includes adopting the exceptions that address feasibility. And I would like to assume that even if we address these in the short term, we'll still be working with other jurisdictions to clarify the large single-family remodel requirements for electrification, that these are not mutually exclusive actions.
Yes.
I guess that's a staff question.
Yes, I mean, the intention would be if Tiburon jumps in terms of the remodel codes to, again, work collaboratively with the other jurisdictions to really sort of incentivize and move implementation along, making sure that, you know, the public's aware of all the rebate opportunities, that contractors are geared up for this. So yes, more collaboration.
And more collaboration, but also the action sooner to prepare a draft amendment regarding new construction can go ahead.
Again, the council's choice, we can simply do the new construction initially and come back with remodel, or we could do all three concurrently.
And I strongly support it.
Councilmember Wilder.
So I strongly support passing all three, approving all three of these reach codes as soon as possible. That would be my direction to staff. And I'm very excited that we've gotten to this point. I think the climate action plan, again, it's worth pausing for a minute and recognizing what a terrific document that is and how aggressive it is. I want to particularly call out and thank Sana Thomas and Patricia Goss, who are here tonight, for their leadership on this over the years. And I'm just excited that we've reached this stage. So I urge staff to prepare the ordinances as quickly as possible, and let's get it approved.
Great, thanks, John. Vice Mayor Griffin, do you have anything you want to add?
Nothing other than my vote.
Great. I mean, I think we have very clear consensus and direction to staff to bring all of the ordinances back to us for approval. Is that, do we need to vote on that, or is it is that direction enough?
Do not need to vote on it. It's a discussion item on tonight.
Great. So thank you, everybody. And then before we go, are there any council member reports or town manager? Well, I guess we'll start with town council reports. Do we have any council reports? How about town manager report?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And then with that, thank you all so much for your focus for so long and for your attention and for joining for the evening. Good night. We are adjourned.
And go Niners.
Thank you. Good meeting.